training, whether it comes about social support, whether it comes about academic. Today she's a lawyer. So we need to make these disabled people into this level. That should be our goal. And let me tell you, nothing is impossible. Nothing is impossible if you really work hard. Even autism. You know, autism we give up, isn't it or not? We think autism is something which will go throughout the life, isn't it? In autism also there are levels. Mild, moderate, severe, profound. Intellectual is a separate thing. So if you know the functioning of the child as autism, what is it? For example, somebody has a mild autism, but intellectual is very good. Those children can study in a normal class. We have already done a success rate of 3 students. I was working in a Light International. From there also there was autistic kid. And that child is studying in a normal class right now with the rest of the students. We are again, another 2 children are going on in my roof. And I'm hoping this child will go back to the normal class very soon. Again, another disability, ADHD. You know ADHD? Oh, that's something which is very difficult to handle, isn't it? You can't hold the kid. It's like you're running behind it. You need a lot of energy. These children are very restless. They don't think that if you stand here, you're going to fall and you will get hurt. There is an impulsive behavior. They do all the behavior without thinking. Now those kids also have the same challenges. They are not accepted by the society. Whether you go for a social gathering, what the people say, your child doesn't seem to be okay. And then other parents, they don't allow their children to mingle with them. Now why all these problems happening? Because the lack of awareness. Let me tell you the things which work out for these people is one is a diet program. You know our eating habits nowadays, have you noticed? Every Saturday we go and eat outside. If you ask the children what do you want to eat, they will say chips, burger, pizza. Or maybe I want to have a soda. Now this diet plays a big role. Let me give you a small example. You know these lollipops, which our youths are eating, our children are eating, even us also we eat. Lollipop, a simple color purple. You can search on internet, a purple color. Do you know how many days it takes to digest? Does anyone have the idea? Purple color, when it goes in your stomach, how many days it takes to digest? 7 days. Wonderful answer. 7 days, just a purple color pinch. Not even a pinch, a very small portion of a purple color is taking 7 days to digest. Just imagine if that food stays in your food for 7 days. How will be your mood? How will be your emotions? Is it going to be normal? He comes and talks to you, let's go and hang out. You say, please leave me alone. I don't want to go anywhere. That's the reaction, isn't it? So just imagine about these children and the people who are disabled. Only the challenge which they have, they don't know how to express themselves because they are not being trained for it. So being into this field, we do a lot of activities which help them to express themselves. I wanted to, even if you see disability caused due to chronic neurological condition, which are those diseases? Which happens in old age? Parkinson, Alzheimer's. Have you seen the rate of Alzheimer's, the way it is increasing nowadays? Forgetting. People are reaching to the age of 45 and forgetting is starting. Strokes. Have you heard of strokes? Mild stroke is happening to everyone like this. What is the reason? And those people also come into disability. Because of that disability, they can't function the way we are sitting together right now. And slowly, they are moving away from social aspect. And today, like even if you have a physical challenges, fever, flu or anything, when you go to the doctor tells you, you know what? Medication is there, but you need to do a lifestyle changes. Am I right or wrong? Now that's the prescription which doctors are giving us. What does it mean? Again, it is connected with the mental health. Can I go to the next slide, please? Okay, we don't have time, so I'm not showing you this movie clip. It's fine, we can just move ahead. I just wanted to share with you something very small. What is the mental health of people with disability? Let me give you one, what you call pilgrim, okay? mental health for disabled people or mental health for normal people, it starts from the emotional disturbance. For example, something happened here today and I'm just feeling a bit not okay. Okay? So I will just go home, I'll keep it inside and I'll just stay quiet. I'm not talking with anyone because I don't have anyone to talk. Now because of that, it stays inside. Now another incident comes, it comes again in me. So that way I'm just having emotional disturbance. When these emotional disturbance are not handled properly by sharing or discussing, that's the time we get this mental health, small psychological disturbances. So if you try to see the feelings which these disabled people get, feeling of loneliness, hopeless, helplessness. Why? Because when they are in the society, nobody is to be with them. Because they think, oh, you are disabled, you will not like us. So we also have this approach that, okay, fine, this person can't do anything, and we give up there only. So because of that negligence, that rejection, isolation, they have all this feeling, low self-esteem, bullying in the schools, because that's the place where disabled people start their life. School is the first primary things, right? So if you see the bullying, you must have heard even normal classroom now bullying are there. Now these children, I'm sorry to say again, like we have one student who has cerebral palsy again with the intellectual disability, but we are working on the academic side. This boy and this girl had a difficulty in walking also. So the children comes and ask them, why you're walking like this? Why you're not walking? Because they don't know. Now when they come and explain that one, the child feels that, it is something bad. So they keep quiet. And inside it is eating them. So this is what happens with disabled people. Anger issue, because there is no one to share or discuss. Because for example, if you are there and you want to discuss with someone, you will go with a person who is like you. Am I right? So now what happens with the disabled people? Because they don't have such companion. They feel themselves, I'm different. So definitely they will have that irritability. They will have anger issues. Anger issue goes to such an extent that, especially in comes to the boys' cases, where it can be a sexually abused cases. Literally because again, the social media, the kind of exposure which these children are getting. When they are not able to release these psychological disturbances with anyone, they go and try to relieve themselves with the social media. And if there is no supervision, they're watching a lot of things we don't know. And those one can include or increase the behavior of getting into the sexual relationship or sexual abuse or physical abuse also. We had one case from USA, and the boy was 20 or 21 years old. He was going in a special. The parent brought him here because he was having some work here, the father. Now the boy was being packed in the room. So you can imagine what must be the state of a mind. And they have to stay there for 1 month. The boy, as soon as you enter, the father will tell you, please be careful, he's going to be physical with you. Now why these disabled people reach to that stage? Because they have not got the enough opportunity to express, enough opportunity to release themselves or make themselves something. That's why we are reaching to this stage where we are getting all these psychological disorders. When these issues are not handled properly, that's the time they reach to the psychological disorders. Now psychological disorders are what? Schizophrenia, you must have heard, or psychosis, where they get the thoughts or somebody is there, they hear the voices, they are not in touch with reality. Let me use that simple word. They are not in touch with reality. So they go to that extent. They already have one disability, now they have got another disability. And of course, the lifespan goes down. Another one, PTSD, post-traumatic stress disorder. Children with disability, or people with disability are being abused sexually. And we know that. Even at young age, because we are not so protective towards them. We don't know what is happening with them. 1-year-old child, he is already handicapped, yes or no? He is dependent on the parent. Emotionally, physically, he needs parents, isn't it? Or guardian. 1-year-old boy, it's a live case which I have handled, not here in Mumbai. That child was being raped. And that trauma stays till now. You think like childhood is gone, so that period must have gone. No. Whatever happens with them in a childhood, it remains till your adult, even old age. It doesn't go. That's why it is very important for the youth, children, even disabled people, they need to release whatever emotional disturbance they are having it. The way like if you are stressed, if you discuss with someone, you feel relief. You feel better. Or you out have one cup of coffee and chilling out. That gives you a relief. Or you listen to a music and you feel nice. So the same way, these children need to be trained for those things. Because they don't know what are the defense mechanisms which they can use it to fight against all these kind of psychological disturbances. Can you go to the next slide, please? Okay, I just wanted you to go to the next slide. Depression, which is very common. Post-traumatic stress disorder, which I did also. Overeating or less eating. You must have seen the children who are physical disabled, they are put on the weight. They just likes to eat. Whenever and parents think that, I'm just making her feel good, She likes it. It's her favorite food, let them eat. But it's not, they are feeling hungry, they are eating. It's an emotional eating. And when this emotional eating goes high, it leads to this problem we call bulimia nervosa or anorexia nervosa. Because they are not able to handle their emotion in a psychological way, so they are looking for a physical mode that is a food. Then if you try to see the personality disorder, antisocial, which we already again spoke, if these issues are not being handled at this stage, it becomes a life pattern, that it becomes their personality. Just imagine somebody who already have a disability, now he has got a psychiatric problem. What will be the life for that person? Completely hopeless. And the last we have already spoken, learning disability, autism spectrum disorder, and slow learners. If you really wanted to find out the disability, go and look at in the schools, be with these children. You will know a lot and lot from these kids. Even youth, the way our colleague has just spoke, you will come to know a lot of things. Today in this generation, 21st century we are, our youth are seeking for advice and help from where? From social media. Because we as an adult, professionals, we are not available for them. That's why today these disabled children are also facing a lot of challenges. If normal people are facing, definitely who will count these people? Nobody will count them. Can we go to the next slide, please? How to support them. Now this is the thing which we need to work on. Of course, there should be awareness program. When Tina came and approached me about this program, and I just said, I really want to do it. Because this is something which is my passion. And that's the one which has really made me motivated to start an organization. I started this organization for 5 children. Majority of disabled children, they are deprived of education. Why? Okay, financial problem is there. That is one thing. What else? We are taking them to the school, and sometimes because the lack of training with the teachers also, they don't know. Yesterday I had one case the child is a genius category, okay? And he has a lot of challenges in the classroom. He's very hyper, he's restless, he is not listening to the teacher. He finished his task and he just wants to move around. Now, we call differentiation. It's we have a different type of learners in the classroom. So you should know with each type of a learner what strategies you are going to use it. So somebody who finished the task before, what strategy you are using it as a teacher or as an educational team. Even the children who are slow, what is your plan? How they can fit into the social classroom? When you are not able to cater that program or that plan, because of this, the children lose interest in studies, parents also give up, and they are deprived of education. Extracurricular activity, we really encourage. Disabled children should go for extracurricular. Please don't let them down. And the one which works out wonderful is a swimming. We use as an aqua therapy. So any client or any patient comes to me, I always tell them, please take your child for the swimming. Water works for the brain neurons. And you must have experienced when you go for a swimming, how do you feel? enjoy. Once you come up, it's like, all the burden is gone down. Now I'm starting my new day. So this is what the water plays a role. So please encourage these kids, disabled kids, to go for a swimming. Okay, even if they can't skate, even playing in the water, it makes a big difference in their life. Another one which we have is diet. I think we went ahead. Diet, which I already spoke about. Life skill training, providing equality, communicating by touching and appreciate physical approach. Physical express encouragement such as a pat on the back. Let me explain about this one. Touch therapy. Touch therapy is like somebody is crying, let's say, out of emotion, somebody is feeling hopeless. What we do? We sit or we watch them and we say, yeah, I understand. If you get someone who is of your same gender and if you are comfortable, just giving them a tap, let me give a big relief. Because the touch therapy, it works out. It gives you a miracle. Somebody who is crying and you are just giving a tap, even the child who is a hyper or any kind of challenges they have, you just tap behind. We work on the touch therapy also, that's why I'm just bringing it. So you need to understand that how you can soothe them with a simple touch. So I don't know whether you know about sensory integration therapy, where we work on the 5 senses for the children who are disabled. So generally what we are doing, we are activating their senses. So this is what you are doing with the touch. That's the science behind it. And protection. These children need protection. I mean, we all know how much protection they have. We need to come up with some policy. We need to come up with some program. We need to come up with some mentorship which can help these children or person to live with independence. We got admission of new girl. She is deaf and dumb. Now, she wanted to study. She's okay intellectually. There is no problem. She wanted to study for university, but she couldn't go because, again, in Mombasa, we don't have such facility. There is a place where it is there, but mother doesn't want her to go and pick. And she found that there is no security for my child. Parents have this consciousness. I mean, whenever you have a disabled child, the first thing, my child is secure. Is it a safe place for the child to go? If they don't feel that safety, they will not go. They will say, it's better my child is with me without learning anything. So this is also a challenge which we have it. And if we work on that, I think these children will exceed. I think we're going to go to the next slide. I'm done, huh? 2 minutes. Okay, this one we already spoke. Steve Jobs. When Steve Jobs was in 3rd grade, he was such a troublemaker and he got expelled from school. He was constantly playing pranks on his peers. Even his own teachers, an attempt to correct his misbehavior would backfire, leading to defiance and even more misbehavior. I was pretty bored in school, says Jobs, and I turned into a little terror. This is what the children are saying nowadays. Can we go to the next slide? I just would like to say, I want to end my program by saying everyone is genius, but if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will live its whole life believing that it is stupid. Am I right? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. for that. It was very precise, and there's some other things that you wanted to explain more, but you could not explain more, but it's well. Thank you so much. So I wanted us to link up with our other fellows online. Nyamat, if you can hear me, I think you can prepare Azedan, if he's there. Azedan, if he's there for his presentation. And Kavita also, Kavita Yadav, if they can be there. Okay. I can't. Nyamat? Are you able to? But I think you can prepare Azeda, Didarian, to speak for us. And then after that, Miss Kavita Yadav also to prepare. Yamata, I can't hear you. Kavita, are you ready with your presentation? Because I can't see you. Miss Kavita? Miss Kavita, you are ready with your presentation? Just a minute. Yes. I hope now you're ready, Kavita? Kavita, are you ready with your presentation?
Hello, am I audible to the audience?
Yes, you're audible. We can hear you.
Yes, you are. We can't see, we can't hear. Switch on the cameras, please. My camera is on. I don't know. I'm not your camera. We're talking to the team in the Kenya. Okay, sure.
Hello, can we get procedure or presentation because we are not hearing anything, we are not getting to clear audio. Who is the next speaker?
Sorry.
Kavita here, she will be speaking.
Hello. Because sorry, Mr. Ngaya, we were having some technical issues, but now it is resolved. And the next speaker is going to be Miss Kavita, followed by.
Can you switch on your camera? We cannot see the audience.
I think the audience camera. Can you now see the audience? Thank you. Okay, thank you so much. So let me take this opportunity to welcome Kavita to continue the presentation, and kindly let it be a little bit brief because we are having limited time. Thank you so much. Yes, it is visible, yes. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your PPT. We really appreciate it. Should your else anybody who has any questions for ma'am can send it to us and we will share it with ma'am and she will reply and circulate it back. We understand time has been not on our side, so we appreciate everybody's time and patience with us. Thank you so much, ma'am, once again for coming in for this session. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kavita. Can we all have round of applause for Kavita? Thank you so much. That was very nice.
Call the next speaker, Mr. Okaya, please. Join us.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I'll be making the presentation, but I want the slides to be done by my colleague, Dr. Ayaga. So I think you can make Dr. Ayaga to be one of the hosts that can be able to share the slides.
Yes, please give him yes, giving the hosting rights. Kindly provide hosting rights, please.
Yeah, the hosting line should be going to Dr. Ayaga. Dr. Ayaga, can you speak up?
It is now enabled. It is now enabled. Yes. The presentation is already shared. So Dr. Kai, you can take it up from there.
Yes, please proceed, sir. Please proceed. He's not there. Maybe you can at least begin a little bit.
Yes. Good morning. Good morning. Mr.
Okay, sir has come. Dr. Paya has come. Please proceed.
Okay, so this topic is a side project that was done at Masinde Mulilo University of Science and Technology. assessment of challenging behavior exhibited by children and adolescents with autistic spectrum in Kenya. Very few researchers have addressed this topic, and as such, this limited knowledge is a hindrance to people with autistic spectrum disorders getting favorable services in Kenya. The purpose of the study was to find out perception of the effects of challenging behavior on mental health staff who support children and adolescents with autistic spectrum disorders in school and also in Kenya. We had our methodology included survey where we wanted to investigate a population of about 3,490 practitioners. Our sample size was 1,047, which comprised of 38 assessment staff, 27 personnel in the hospital, 548 regular teachers, 294 teachers from special schools, and 140 teachers from special schools for children with autistic spectrum disorders. We used stratified and purposive sampling techniques, and data was collected using structured questionnaires and interviews. To find out validity and reliability of the study, the internal construct and the criteria of validities were established through this study. We had a test, which was done in the pilot study, and it yielded 0.78, which is considered more reliable. Then for qualitative data, we observed dependency and trustworthiness of qualitative data. So that when we were interviewing our respondents, we wanted them to explain in detail how they find the challenging behavior, what strategies they use for managing the behavior, how do they feel when the child portrays that particular behavior, and what follow-up activities do they do. So our respondents were able to give us detailed information that we described as the description of what they were doing. Next, our findings, because we only have 12 minutes and we want to share them with my other colleagues. We found out that perceived effects of challenging behavior accounted for 20.8% variance in mental health problems among staff supporting children and adults with autistic spectrum disorder. What this means is that on all the causative factors of mental health problems among the professionals, challenging behavior accounted for 20.8, and these are very, very significant value because it leaves other meaning about 70.2 to be accounted for other factors like job satisfaction, time that the person spends with the child, remuneration, and all those that actually accounted for 70, but 20% to be accounted for only one variable in a research that is a very, very high percentage. The finding actually indicates that the effects of challenging behavior had a negative significant effect on the mental health of the staff, in that it affected not only when they were managing the behavior at school, but this effect spread over their other activities even outside the school, from what we could get from their responses to our interviews. So in conclusion, we can conclude that challenging behavior is a major source of stress to professionals who work with children with autistic spectrum disorders, leading to issues such as anger, annoyance, attrition, and for example, we found that many professionals who are leaving teaching profession, especially when they are given a chance to manage learners with autistic actually taught how to manage their stress and burnout, and then how to make autistic spectrum disorders friendly environment, and also on how to provide positive experience and being flexible to challenging behavior presented by these learners. I think that can be the end, because we are four of us. I just asked briefly if Dr. Skari can say something, Dr. Ayaga can say something, and then Dr. Matopare just something in a minute that you can be able to say on time.
Yes, so thank you so much. Yes, I request them to be brief because we have our next speaker waiting, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes. Dr. Ayaga, network issues, probably. Dr. Matopare.
Hello, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this opportunity. Just to reiterate what the chair has said, what the presenter has said about autistic spectrum disease and the caregivers, it can be a challenge from the way we conducted this study. It was apparent that many of the caregivers, many of those professionals that are charged with caring for these children, they actually suffer in silence. And because they suffer in silence, this is a problem that can build up over time unless it is addressed. And the way to address has been highlighted. Further training for the caregivers and being able to give them support, encouragement, so that they are in a position to be able to engage in positive behaviors when they are caring for these people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Matopare. Dr. Ayaga.
Mine is to say that as we started, we talked about we want to be heard as professionals dealing with children with autistic development. So then policymakers should come up and maybe save the staff, maybe by employing more staff working under this section, because challenging behavior is a mental issue amongst these professionals. So we ask the policymakers to come up with a paper or work around that area so that we can help.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, to conclude, it is to ask the Kenyan community and probably international community to invest more in trying to find out more children with autistic spectrum disorders in Kenya. We need more research because apparently this is a group that is now on a rise in that there are more children being diagnosed with autistic spectrum disorders, yet most of the professionals, most of the parents don't know how to manage these learners. So there is need intense research in this particular area, which should be supported by international community, more so people working in mental health. Thank you so much. You have taken exactly 12 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you.
So much. Thank you very much. We have our next speaker, Ms. Arunima Kalika, joining us.
Yes.
Please begin.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. for that. You've taken exactly 12 minutes, which was good. I presume Aruna is prepared.
Yes, Arunima and Ms. Kalika are there, so they can please begin. Please
Okay.
start.
Okay. Now, as we continue, let me just to brief the audience here is that I wanted us to give this time to our online guest speakers, so that at least we finish up with them, so that we come back home. Yeah, are we in order? Because I know the speakers are here also.
We have one more guest, and then you can break for tea.
Okay, Nyamat. Okay, Nyamat, we'll do that. Thank you. Aruna, does he have a presentation?
Arunima Kalika, do you have PPTs?
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Okay, fine.
We have rights for sharing.
Okay.
We will be giving one rights to Miss Kanika. Can you please give hosting rights to Miss Kanika?
Yes, there you are.
Please start.
Yes, thank you.
Hello, I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you're audible. We can hear you.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Arunima, along with my colleague, Kanika. We are from Amity University, Noida. We'll be presenting on the topic psychosocial aspects impacting the mental health of the LGBTQI community in India. So everyone has a sexual orientation and gender identity. Gender identity is internal sense of being male, female, both, or neither, which is separate from being your biological sex. People who have a different sexual orientation or gender identity from most people fall under the umbrella term LGBTQI community. It is really important to know that identifying as LGBTQ community is not a mental illness or a disorder. The bisexual transgender communities have the highest rates of mental health concern within the LGBTQ plus population. Younger members of the LGBT community struggle the most with the mental health concerns of all age groups. LGBTQ plus teens are 6 times more likely to experience symptoms of depression than the non-LGBT community. LGBT youth are more than twice as likely to feel suicidal and over 4 times as likely to attempt suicide as compared to the heterosexual youth. The lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, the LGBT community people appear to be at greater risk than heterosexual people of mental health disorders and suicidal behavior. The LGBT people are subject to institutionalized prejudice, social stress, social exclusion, even within their families, and anti-homosexual hatred and violence, and often internalize a sense of shame about their sexuality. Lifestyle factors such as alcohol and drugs misuse also increase the risk of morbidity as well as for suicide attempts. Mental health issues are likely to become the new pandemic in the coming years. Having mental health conditions are stigmatized in India, and those with mental health issues are shunned. Suicide is one of the most serious consequences and a major public health concern. Because the LGBTQ plus population in India is devalued and underestimated, their mental health, which is in poor shape, is widely overlooked. So there is an urgent need to quantify the risk for mental disorder and suicide in LGBTQ plus population to understand and examine the efficacy of the prevention efforts. So the main objective of our study was, the purpose of the study was to investigate the suicide ideation and prevalence throughout the LGBTQ plus community, along with this discrimination and harassment among LGBTQ community has a major role in increasing mental health issues and suicide ideation and prevalence. Our ultimate goal is not merely to help lesbian, gay, bisexual, and transgender youth survive, but also support them to thrive as healthy, productive, and vibrant youth, welcomed and empowered in their communities. So what is LGBTQ community? It is a diverse group of individuals with varying sexual orientations and gender identities. Understanding unique and valuable aspects of LGBT community. While belonging to the LGBTQI community, it is a source of strength for them. High prevalence for experiencing mental health conditions. LGBT adults versus the heterosexual adults experience more mental health conditions. So the LGBT community experience more mental health conditions as compared to the heterosexual adults. LGBTQI community face discrimination, prejudice, denial of civil and human rights, harassment, and even family rejections. So the methodology that we followed. The study design was a cross-sectional study. The population was 59 LGBTQ plus population. Study tools, research through ICMR journal publication. LGBTQ plus community. We prepared an online structured survey consisting of 12 questions relating to mental health issues, discrimination, and suicide ideation, along with some social demographic factors. Our questionnaire was self-administered and was sent to assess the suicide tendencies in the community. Informed consent was taken and data was analyzed further. For data analysis, we took chi-square test to find the association and significance. The level of significance was set at P less than 0.05. Now, I would like Kanika to go forward.
So talking about the results of our study, so according to the sample population, we found out that there were 54% gay, 19% bisexual, 12% lesbian, 7% non-binary, 5% pansexual, and 3% transgender people. And we found out that lesbian were 40% less than the gay, as they don't usually prefer to unveil their identity in public. Only 22.03% of participants did not disclose their sexual orientation or identity in public or to their family members, whereas 77.9% people did. Suicidal thoughts occurred to 66.07% of them at least once in their lifetime. And those who had previously experienced verbal abuse had much higher suicidal thoughts, and the significance was less than 0.05. 50.84% do not seek any type of therapy or counseling for the same, and whereas 66.10% do not seek substance use to cope with their suicidal thoughts. Moving on, this is a socio-demographic chart representing the percentages of age, gender, education, and residence of the sample population. And this is the table showing the association between different variables. And according to this table, we can clearly see the significance between suicide ideation and verbal abuse, which was significant, whereas other factors were not very significant. It didn't really matter that the person disclosed their identity to their family or not, or they took therapy or not, they still had suicidal thoughts. So these are some of the pie charts representing the percentages of sample population, specifically how many percentages of gay, bisexual, transgender, and lesbian people were there in our population. Moving on, this table represents this pie chart. This bar graph represents the percentages of the discrimination or harassment that our sample population faced. And according to this, we can see that the verbal abuse was the highest among the sample population. And this is the prevalence of suicide ideation in different age groups in a sample population, which was the highest among the age group of 25 to 35. And this is that 66% of a sample population faced suicide ideation once in their lifetime. And we also asked them that whether you feel suffocated or feel like running away in the situation or in the society where you're living. So majority of them said that yes, they feel suffocated in the surroundings that they live. And also, like majority of the sample population feared that if they share their identity or disclose their identity to the family or to the society, then they'll be judged. So they did not share their identity. Now I'll hand over the stage to Arunima.
So if we come to the conclusion, it is the first study in India to analyze the perception and prevalence of suicide ideation in LGBT community. During the pandemic, many people started talking about mental health issues. It is a taboo in India to be a part of LGBTQ plus community. There should be acceptance for the community. There should be special counseling to be provided to them.
please do stay back for the Q&A session. And I would like to welcome Dr. Azade to join us to speak about her paper on mental health, please.
Okay, but you said that you are supposed to go for break tea, or can we have Azedan first before we go for tea?
No, after this PPT, please.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hello.
Could you able to share my screen, please?
Please give ma'am hosting rights.
Yeah, there she is.
Yes, ma'am, you may begin.
She can continue now.
Ma'am, you may begin, please.
Yeah, just give me a second. It's taking a little bit time to load. Just give me a second.
Still having technical issue? Okay.
So, hello everyone. Can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen then. Thank you. You can continue.
Yeah, great. So, hi, I'm Dr. Azade Dindarian. I'm the founder and CEO of Universe App. So today I'm going to talk about the mental health and mental well-being of the teenagers and their families, and how the digital solution could help who they need to learn about the skills and the know-how about the social, emotional, and behavioral skills. So as you know that we are in the midst of the crisis, and the research shows that young people in Africa are particularly at risk of the mental disorder, and the healthcare system is not well equipped to help them. The number of depression and the mental disorder is going up. So, for example, depression is around 26% of the young people are suffering from depression, and the suicidal thought is like almost triple. But in worldwide, we also have the similar pattern. So demand for the mental health support is going up, but still there is a serious shortage and long waiting time in psychotherapy. And we all know that 50% of all time mental illness begins by age of 17, and unfortunately 53% of the caregivers are missed work at least once a month, because of the conditions of the teenagers or their kids and teenagers are going through. So the cost of the mental health and the helping these teenagers and the families are going up. And there's currently in Germany is like cost of this psychotherapy is around 3,000 euros per teen, and the psychiatric hospital stay for teenagers around 12,000 euros. But how about we prevent it all before it's all happening? So by prevention, we mean is just give them skills and know-how to go through the challenging time, and give them tools and techniques needed so to make them more resilient. That's why we strongly believe that digital mental health solutions is the way to go forward to it, especially in the prevention and early intervention the devices and internet to use. So then we believe that is quite cost effective and also affordable, accessible, and personalized for their need. So we are here basically to, as a team of the technologists, psychologists, and also the designers to help this next generation to prevent the mental health illnesses. So I'm here to introduce Universe app, which we are developing right now in Berlin, in Germany, for the need of the teenagers. So what we call it is the mental well-being universe for young people and their families. But because we believe that family unit approach is so important, so basically we say 50% of the issues are the parents and the caregivers. So to create these like issues. And that's why it's important at the same time to educate and increase the awareness of these tools and techniques for the parents as well as teenagers. We are now in the beta testing of this app, and we have like 3 parts developed so far. Is going to be content based of the need based on video, audio, and text and gaming. So the app is going to be gamified to increase the engagement and create this curiosity within the users to be within the app and use it. So imagine is if they spend at least five minutes a day to learning and reinforcing the learning in the mental health and well-being. So we believe that is going to help them to go through the challenges. So the app is going to be personalized for their needs. So let's say if they are female, male, or they are non-binary, so they will get their own personalized tips and the quizzes and content to go through. So for example, the content right now we have developed is the how to become competent teen, how to go through the academic anxiety and the body shaming and the peer pressure, etc. for the teenagers, and for the parents is basically how to, one of the content we have created is how to raise a confident teenager and how to help the teenagers to go through this body image issue. And all content is science-based and psychoeducational, and it has a psychotherapeutic approach. So we are using a different modularity. So we already incorporated the peer group exchange within the app is in a safe environment, and also the users can have the opportunity to connect to the experts. For example, if they want to go talk about the self-confidence, or they want to go talk about the academic anxiety, so they can directly connect through the app to the expert. This is our team. So it's myself, Azadeh. I'm Azadeh, and I'm the developer and the product manager. And we have Mariam is the content and data strategist, and Anahita is marketing and business development. And Medina is the head of the CTO. And we have advisory board of from the different backgrounds, from design, gaming, and to the psychology and the technology. So our target group is the teenagers and also their parents and caregivers who are experiencing disconnection, loneliness, and helpless frustration. So then we are trying to help them to go through these spaces. So of course there are so many available apps out there, but we believe that our app is the only one is have an approach, family unit approach, and especially is created for the need of the teenagers and their parents. What we are looking for is right now we are looking for to partner up with the NGOs, schools, governments, psychologists, Science and Research Institute to provide the universe app to Morios and their families. And also we are looking for partnership with institutes around the world to see how the impact of our app to the end users. So if you are interested to collaborate, please get in touch with me, and I'm really happy to have you on board. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation. And if you could stay back a little later for the Q&A session, if there is any questions, ma'am, please do answer those. Else, if your time doesn't permit, we will collate the questions and share it with you on message or email. And please do help us with the reply, ma'am.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Can we give a round of applause to the presenter, please? Thank you, Dr. Azedam. And for at this juncture, we'll break for tea. And we are going to have a 10 minutes break for tea, please. We're having a limited time, and we still have some other presenters to do the presentation. So I pray that we stick to 10 minutes. Please, if you don't mind, yeah? Are we together, all of us? So we will break for tea. I think it is served at the restaurant. It's just near here. We'll go there, have our tea, and come back. When we come back, yesterday I forgot to mention that we also have a department, Directorate of Children's Department in our midst since yesterday. So immediately after we come from tea, she will come here, just less than 5 minutes, to tell us something about the Department of Children's Services. Then after that, we'll have our Brother Peter and Pastor Peter. The last time we met, he was still a brother. He had not been ordained, but right now he's an ordained pastor. So I'm glad to say that we have Pastor Danga.
How long is the tea break? How long is the tea break?
10 minutes.
Okay.
10 minutes.
And please also introduce Dr. Gajendra for the special mention.
It's okay. It's okay. Thank you. So we kindly can.
Thank you everyone.
Can one of us volunteer to bless the cup of tea for us? Let me do that. God, we thank you for the cup of tea that's ahead of us. Bless it before we partake of it. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Kindly, strictly 10 minutes.
Nyamat, there's a guest who is going to leave, and he was supposed to be in the morning session, Dr. Biribwa. So he has to present first, and then we'll have Jennifer. So it is okay.
That's fine.
Yes.
That is fine. That's okay. Then after that, you can have your offline speakers.
Yes.
And then at the end, we can have Miss Lopa Munda because she's had an emergency. She can only join after 3 p.m. India time. So
Okay.
I think we are okay.
No problem. So he or she can join after Jennifer, right?
No, not after Jennifer, after your other offline speakers.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Okay, so it's after Dr. Biribwa is Jennifer Maiwa, and then after that is we are going to cohort 4, right? Then in cohort 4, we'll give the online presenters first priority, and then we'll be left with the offline. Kindly just apologize on our behalf because we understand the Indian time and Kenyan time, there's a difference, but that is life.
Let's settle down. Let's settle down. Nyamata, are you there? We are starting our the next presentation is on now. So, can the rest of us who are here kindly settle down? Okay, let's all of us appreciate Dr. Peter as he presents for us. Are we all settled down? So, Dr. Before you start your presentation, can you just tell us just a little bit of yourself? Thank you.
Thank you for having us. My name is Dr. Peter Biribwa Kansime, a plastic surgeon resident here in Mombasa, and performing mainly reconstructive surgeries and largely cosmetic surgery. That's our forte here in Mombasa. And you know, it's hard to sometimes tie plastic surgery to mental health, but with the COVID pandemic and recent times, we're seeing a merger of sorts because it's becoming more and more obvious that many people are affected by their body image. So, S Plastic Surgery is the name of our practice, and we are located here in Mombasa. And really, S is an acronym for Authentic Cosmoplastic Essentials. And you'll see with this presentation that plastic surgery is actually essential, especially these days. So we believe that everyone should have compassion, respect, and a respect of individuality when it comes to treatment and care. Plastic surgery encompasses a host of things, and we offer these services here in Mombasa and perform tummy tucks, breast augmentation, buttock enhancement, the Brazilian butt, the Kenyan butt, even the Ugandan butt, and things like hair transplant and reconstructive surgery for things like cleft lips. So what we'll talk about is really what plastic surgery is, because I know quite a number of people have no clue what plastic surgery is. And how does it interface with mental health? That is the main topic today. The impact of the COVID pandemic on our own practice and the challenges that we faced and the recommendations. And we'll show you some of the patients we've worked on, and we'll draw a conclusion. So forgive the small print, but therein is the definition of plastic surgery. And really, plastic surgery is the one discipline that we operate from head to toe. So we uniquely say that plastic surgery is the surgery of the body, the skin and all its contents. So we'll do hair transplant. We'll reconstruct your forehead, God forbid if you're in an accident. Yesterday I was doing an eyelid reconstruction and cheek reconstruction for a gentleman who had cancer in the face. And then the day before was doing nose reconstruction for another one, who is related to someone we had done lip reconstruction. And then we had also done medical tattooing for a lady who wanted fuller, redder lips because voluptuous lips are apparently quite attractive. So, and then on Saturday we have a breast lift. You get the drift. So there is a demand for a good number of these procedures, but there's usually a reason. Body image, body shaming are quite rife today, and invariably the image that people have invariably impacts their mental health. And so with the COVID pandemic, we saw that there were more online consultations, and people kept on calling because they had more time now to look in the mirror and see what defects they had. And to Google, someone talked about Instagram and the other social media platforms. And the images that are being put out there really speak to people to be more introspective and look at how they can enhance their looks and all. And we are aware that in spite of that, there is both positive and negative messages put out there, but we want to focus more on the positives that come with plastic surgery. So where we've done reconstructive surgeries for some procedures that had been botched elsewhere, we feel that we contributed to enhancing the emotional well-being of our patients. In places like the UK, where they have associations with that, for example, the BAPRAS is the UK body, and they talk about an increased uptake of procedures, and most of these followed things like Zoom consultations during this COVID pandemic. And of course, there were several undertones, like for example, the negative effects, perceptual distortions that there were, and also with the COVID pandemic, there was that lack of interpersonal social interaction, and this again impacted heavily on how people perceived their self-image. So we need you to be aware that out there are qualified specialists who will be of help to the patients and the people that there are out there that you might know. But also we need you to be very much aware that there is also with social media and also all these messages being put out there, there are things that are being propagated such as what we call body dysmorphic disorder. And someone may look at themselves and think they are too small, they want to get bigger, or they feel like they are, sorry to use the word, too fat, and they want to reduce their size, or they have generally issues that can be addressed by cycling. My good friend Peter cycles several kilometers to stay in shape and to be comfortable with your body. Sometimes you find that you have to make some alterations, but if you do, it's highly recommended that the right personnel be sought. So just by way of example, I'll project this image. This is a patient we did hair transplant for, and she was really uncomfortable.
We're not able to hear and see speaker.
So this was a beneficiary of hair transplant within our facility. This gentleman had liposuction to give him that V shape, and he was really distressed about his look. The ideal male physique is V shape, wide shoulders, narrow waistline. I'm working my way there myself. And ladies too, are not left behind in the search for the ideal body. For this gentleman, he's flexing his biceps, and we did contour definition surgery, high definition liposuction to get him to look like that. And this lady is actually the one in our advert there. She had this tire across her abdomen, and you will agree with me that she looks much better. She can fit in her clothes. She can have a normal lifestyle. She can go wear a bikini to the beach, and she's a lot happier. So I would say this is a positive attribute to having plastic surgery. Not that she looked bad prior, but she looks better and she's happier. Her husband, who was trying to run away, can now stay. Okay. There is a debate in the room, and I like that. So, by the same token, someone who doesn't look so bad but wants to model, okay, will have a BBL and have enhanced curves so that when she wears that figure-hugging dress or clothes, she looks really nice. And she's more confident. The husband is unlikely to run away. Most of these problems we see are usually generated by the male gender sometimes. Now, men want bigger chests, so with high-definition liposuction, it's possible to actually give you the right contours and also the right shape. But again, it must be done safely. Yeah, so this gentleman, we gave him this bigger, better-looking chest and a six-pack. Now, where things differ from the norm, they can be a source of acute distress for men, especially if a man has man boobs. It can be quite distressing. Cannot swim with the sun, cannot play soccer, bare-chested with the sun, and even hanging out with friends bare-chested becomes a problem. And such breasts, when addressed, are a source of immense relief. When a child is born with hands that are fused or are cleft, this child is hidden. This child is teased in school. So when we perform procedures that solve such a problem, it is towards positive mental health. I'm sure, especially in Mombasa, we see elephantiasis limbs like this. This gentleman had several surgeries to reduce his leg from that size that you see, to a much smaller size, and is a lot happier now. So this is one of the things that, well, one of the attributes of plastic surgery. It's possible to enhance someone's confidence. This patient can use public transport without worrying that his leg is smelly, looks unsightly, can find clothes. So plastic surgery has a merit there for such a patient. When a man has a scrotum this size and things disappear, then it becomes an issue of urgency. This particular gentleman, his wife had run away. Things were not happening. And we performed scrotal reduction surgery for him, and his manhood was restored. He is a lot happier. The wife came back. So family strife is family strife is something that we solve sometimes with some of the procedures that we perform. This young girl, aged 24 years, has this condition. It's called hidradenitis suppurativa. Sorry for the big term. But it's really a condition whereby any place that has hair becomes affected. So, picture there is her armpit. So, the area under her breast, because of sweat, is also affected. Both armpits, the private part area, and other areas had this skin condition. So, in clearing this skin and performing a reconstruction, she can now lead a normal life. The cause of mental anguish and physical discomfort was taken away using techniques plus. This child who had suffered a burn can now enjoy a normal life because he used his hand. Again, using techniques. For this particular patient, I used tissues. There are two vessels in the arm, the radial artery and the ulnar artery. And God, in his immense gifting and wisdom, put more than 2 arteries in the arm. So it's possible to use tissues from the arm and swing them into the palm of the hand, in essence really sacrificing one vessel, so that it's possible to then do or have a reconstruct of this hand. Because some of these images are graphic, I cannot project that in a conference such as this one. Now, yesterday, this was one of my patients. This tissue here, as described, is from the arm. You can see it's paler than the rest of his face. The skin in the arm tends to be hidden from the sun. So our faces are likely to be darker than our hands. So that tissue is from the arm. So this was harvested from the arm and used to reconstruct a defect that he had about the side of his face. And the defect had been created because he had a tumor in the face that was affecting the eyelids. So it's possible to harvest tissues from the arm and use techniques, reconstructive, to be able to resurface other areas. Really, we get to borrow from Peter to pay Paul if Peter can afford it. One of the principles in plastic surgery. So, it's possible to treat, relieve mental anguish, physical anguish, using techniques, plastic surgical. While at it, he got surgery to take away some of the wrinkles of his upper eye. So not only has his tumor been treated, but now he looks younger too. So breasts can be quite heavy. And the ladies who've had really heavy breasts know that they can have very uncomfortable pains, neck pains, back pains, a lot of physical anguish because of heavy breasts. Now, when they are reduced, there is a relief. And for this patient projected, we took away about 2.5 kilos from each side. She's wearing a sports bra. It's very comfortable. And she brought us a cake to say thank you for the relief. So, as I conclude, mental health ties in closely with physical health. And sometimes the solution is purely plastic surgical. And of course, we work with multidisciplinary teams. We'll work with counselors. We'll work with pastors. We'll work with the guys in the gym to be able to achieve the positive mental health changes that we desire. So thank you so much. Those are some of the references. As mentioned, I work at S Plastic Surgery. We are here in Mombasa and within the East African region. And shared with you is some of our contact information. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Yesterday I told you guys that in this summit, yesterday we had some legal expertise, yeah? Then later we had a scientist. So today we are having doctors. It's just an all-round. And we also had a pastor yesterday, and we also have a pastor today. So this is an all-round summit, and I think we are learning and we are getting more information as far as mental health is concerned. Okay? At this juncture, I would like to welcome Anthony to come and do a presentation for us. Anthony Njenga.
We have online speaker now.
Yes, after this, please.
Hi guys, Mko salama? I want us to do an exercise before we continue. Najua mmeshiba, so I want you to say hi to your neighbor. Just shake their hand or just say hi to them. Ask them their name. Anaitwa nani? Unajua probably umeketi na yeye na hujui jina yake. Yeah? Ask them what their name is. Iko sawa, eh? All right. Umejua jina yao, si ndio? Oh, okay. All right, thank you. So I imagine most of you here are either mothers, fathers, right? We have adults, mavijana, si ndio? So tuko wote hapa, right? Also today I want us to talk about, pardon? They're asking names. That's enough. Mtajuana after this. There is dinner, so please don't miss, eh? Yes. Okay. So my name is Anthony Njenga. I'm a transformational acclaimed life coach. I'm a counseling psychologist. I'm a mental health advocate. I'm a HIV testing service provider. I do a lot. I have an initiative called Encourage to Inspire. Basically, this initiative is for the young people, the teenagers and the young people between the age of 13 to 35 years. So basically in this initiative, what I do is information counseling on various issues, mental health, relationships, all around. I'm also a public speaker. Many of you probably have seen me on TV. I've been to Citizen TV, NTV, name them. Yes, so today I'm here to present about this. And before I proceed, yesterday there was a lawyer who came here and said that there's a bill that was passed for counselors to be in school, right? That is something I've been really insisting on because you guys know that in schools we only have teachers who have a basic knowledge in guidance and counseling. The same teachers are in class teaching subjects, mathematics, chemistry, and you expect the same teachers or the students or the pupils to come to them for counseling. You know, that is not possible, right? So I'm so happy to hear that. And talking about good parent-child relationship in the 21st century. I want to tell you here, guys, that you guys are parents, right? You are mothers. Most of you are fathers. Most of you are brothers, sisters, right? It is very, very important to have a good parent-child relationship. Right now, children in Kenya, we have children who are home. Actually, most children are at home for their holiday, right? They'll be home for 2 months. Eh? And in these 2 months, you expect a lot. A lot happens in these 2 months. A lot happens, when I say a lot happens, I mean in these 2 months, you expect when kids go to school, that is where you're going to hear cases. I've worked with certain schools, and there are schools who come out of their holiday, their long-term holidays, and when they go to school, that is where they commit suicide because of how they were treated in the holiday. You guys need to know that children, when I say children, not only teenagers, but even adults, you're also children to someone, right? But I mean now the children who are in primary school, secondary school, tertiary schools, universities, colleges. It is very important to really, really focus on them. It is really important to check up on these children because, if you don't maintain a good relationship with these children will grow up with various issues. This will affect their sexual relationship. This will affect how they interact with their friends, how they interact with people out there. So please, dear parents, kindly, if you know a parent, I'm really insisting on this, please, this is the time to learn about good parent-child relationship because a lot of issues come in. I don't know if you guys watch news and you heard a story whereby a primary school kid killed the father because now this primary school child or pupil has been going through a lot. In school, there are issues. At home, there are issues. Now, where should I run to? I don't have any other place to go to. If not the street, I really don't know where I'll go to. So what do? Since it is my father who is the issue, took the knife, stabbed the father when he's asleep. Yes, it happens. It happens. I don't know if you saw the story last year of this boy who killed the whole family. You know it. The mother, the father, everybody. Everyone in the family. You saw the story? It was really last year. Ilikuwa last year. Uliona hiyo story? Aliwa familia yake yote. Aliwa hadi mtu mwenye alikuwa anakaa anachunga nyumba hiyo wakati. Huyo ndo alianza na yeye. Na akaua wengine wote. So it is very, very important. Let me tell you, the relationship you have with your child will really determine how, let me tell you this. I know you guys know this. Who you are right now, your personality, your character, is as a result of how you are brought up. Maybe kidoko adult, but your childhood has a very, very strong effect on who you are right now. Right? Do you agree? You agree? Adult iko sawa, but childhood, and let me tell you, parents, there's a problem here. I want to speak to the parents. I want to address the parents because it pains me because I receive a lot of cases on teenagers and youths who commit suicide. A lot of teenagers and youths have mental health issues. Parents, I know how you are brought up would have not been nice. And most of the time, you as parents or another parent, you would love to raise your child the way you are raised. Right? It happens. Just because your parents were strict, now you want to be so strict on your child. It's not bad being strict. But you need to understand that you need to give your child the space to be him or herself. So today, I'm going to talk about the 5 important ways of having a good parent-child relationship in the 21st century. So the first point here is communicate regularly with your child. Communication is the most important foundation of building a relationship. If you regularly talk to your child by being concerned on how he or she has been, the child will find comfort in being open to you even when something happens to him or her. I don't know. Allow me not to play it there since it has an issue. I don't know what's the problem. So allow me just read it from here, yeah? And because I was, no, we proceed. Okay, the first point is communicate regularly. You know, yes, I know most of you communicate with your children, but how? The question is, how do you communicate? Yes, you can communicate normally, yeah? Akiamka asubuhi namwambia, hebu enda unioshe vyombo. Umepanguza viatu? Umepanguza za bradhako? Oh, some parents do this, and you'll agree. Ukivaa viatu, nifungie viatu. Right? It's true, eh? That is emotional abuse. Let's say you cannot be able, if you're not okay to, kama uwezi fikia, lakini you can imagine you're okay, uko sawa, unaweza keti tu ufunge. Lakini every time, hata mtoto wako ukiingia kwa nyumba, or if you step into your house, your child will rush to untie your shoes, take off your socks, and take them where they need to be. Because that is how you have shown them. Now tell me, if it's a girl, no. If it's a boy, let me use an example of a boy. And you as the mom, you have trained your child, every time you step into the house, they have to untie your shoelaces, take off your shoe, take off your socks. Now tell me, this is a routine. You have taught him. Now he grows up to be an adult. He gets a wife. Every time the wife, amezoea, he is used to. Every time the wife goes in, just imagine it is a man. Eh? There's a picture. You know? It's not bad. But don't you see that is really having an effect on this child? So please, let me go back to communicate. How do you communicate with your child? Yes, I know as parents, you probably, you have pressure, high blood pressure, you have some your anger is just on another level. Eh? But please, don't be shouting on your child every time, where are you going? What are you doing? Why are you doing this? Communicate with your child in the best way possible. Learn to communicate with your child. Yes, you might communicate, but how do you communicate? If you want dishes to be washed, how do you tell your child, go wash dishes for me? Most parents do this. So and so, in Kenya, let me use a good example in Kenya. Kenyan moms, eh? You've seen this trend in Kenyan moms, African moms. Wanjiko, umeenda kuosha vyombo, hujaosha, unafanya nini? Unangojea nizioshe? You know, it's like a command you're giving them. So please, parents, yes, I know probably you have raised this child to wherever you have raised them. You have chipped in school fees, and you feel like now it's time for you to relax. Let them do everything for me. They also have a life, right? And whatever or how you bring them up will really have either a positive or a negative effect while they grow up. Please know how to communicate with your child. The second point, I just said it. Avoid parenting your child the same way you are parented. Avoid parenting your child the same way you were parented. At times, parents tend to want to raise his or her child the same way they were raised. For example, if a parent was raised in a very strict home where they were being disciplined every now and then, the parent may want to raise the child the same way because to them they think that is how it should be. Because you as a parent, your parents raised you in a particular manner. So you want the same thing to happen to your child. Let me give you one secret, parents, that children don't like. I'll use Swahili, then I'll translate it to English. Watoto hawapendi kukaziwa. Watoto hawapendi kukaziwa. Now, I want you to translate that for me in English. Watoto hawapendi kukaziwa. Watoto hawapendi kukaziwa. In English. Who will help me? Watoto hawapendi kukaziwa. In English, children don't like to be seated on. So please, it is not bad being strict, but please give room for your child to be themselves. Is that okay? The third one, because of time, Pardon? The second one is avoid parenting your child the same way you are parented. The third one, please do not withhold affection. Do not withhold affection. What do I mean by this? Consistently remind your child that you love them. Now, the problem is this. Yes, I know parents love their children, but do you tell your child how much you love them? How many times in a week? Let's be honest. How many times in a week? Daily? Now, by show of hands, how many parents tell their children they love them every day? Quite a number, right? At least, the ones who are not raising their hands are not parents. Please, tell your child how much you love them. If you don't, they will go get love somewhere else. Right? And how they do it is now very, please constantly tell your child how much you love them. Give your child a hug. How many parents give their children a hug every day? Every day. A hug. In the morning when they wake up, give them a hug. Very few. Thank you. Do you do that? Or maybe you don't because it is not important, right? You're too busy. Parents, I know we are trying to get school fees, food, but you forget to create time for your child. Give your child a hug. Tell them you love them. Give them hope. But the moment you wake up in the morning at 7, prepare to go for work and leave. You don't even tell your child goodbye. You come back in the evening with pressure from work. You start arguing and tell them, why did you not do this and that? This type of children grow up with very negative thinking. That my parents didn't love me, they didn't tell me how much they love me. Now you find these children in toxic relationships because they didn't get the love they were expecting from their parents while they were growing up. So what do? I will stick in a toxic relationship because, I don't think anyone else can give me love. If my parent even didn't ever tell me that they love me. The fourth point, please do not compare your child. Now, I want to insist on this. Please do not compare your child. Don't compare your child as a parent. Do not compare your child with someone else's child. Just because your child is in primary school, is getting 150 marks, and your neighbor's child in primary school is getting 400 marks. Every time you talk to them, you're like, why don't you be like this person's child? Why can't you get 400 marks? You need to understand as a parent that children are born with their own capabilities. They might not be good in books and school, but they might be good in something else. Right? Do not push them. Yes, education is important. But let me tell you something. If your child does not do good in education, try finding out what their talent is. If they love swimming, enroll them in a swimming team. If they love dancing, enroll them in such cases. A lot of children who commit suicide, mostly in high school, is because, my mom does not appreciate the grade I got in high school. I got a C minus. My mom wanted me to get a B plus. I wanted to do media and mass communication in university or in college. But my mom wants me to do medicine, right? Because mom and dad are doctors. My mom is a psychologist. My dad is a surgeon. Now I got a C minus. My mom wants me to do nursing. My dad wants me to just go the medical way. But I want to do media and mass communication. You need to understand. Your child cannot be like someone else's child. Your child is your child. Okay? Am I speaking to parents? The last point relates to what I was saying. Let your child's choice be. If your child wants to do something, when I say, okay, most of the time when they are teenagers, they might be making a decision that is not that good. But please advise them the right way. But don't advise them because you want them to do what you really want. Get to know, yes, your child has said that they cannot, they're informed too. They have said that they cannot proceed with this school. I don't like this school. Why don't you like this school? Because this school is so strict. You know, we are eating githeri every day. I don't like githeri. Ladies, I don't like githeri every day. I know there are young ladies here who probably transferred school because they didn't like githeri. So, you tell your parents, you know what, mom, I don't like this school. Why? Because I feel I'm being bullied. No, you're not being bullied. It's because you don't like githeri. And you as a parent, you're like, no, you have to finish in that school. You don't know why your child is telling you that. Please get to understand. And if your child really is comfortable with you, they will open up. If they're not, they won't. So please, parents, please. I know we may not be having much time, but kindly I'm requesting you to please understand your children. Listen to them. Understand them. Let their choices be. Do not compare them. Daily remind them how much you love them. Please hug them. Tell them how much you love them. Take them out to do something. Right now they're in their holidays. Let your child not be at home every time that, now this is a fact. I know most parents now, they have enrolled their children in tuition. Right now in December. They're already in tuition. Because your child cannot just stay home idle. You have to remember we're in the festive season. They need to enjoy. They need to go for swimming. They need to go play. If you have to now probably enroll them for tuition, they're opening on 23rd, 24th January. You have a whole January from the 1st of January to. But let this December, let them enjoy. And please do take care of what they do during this holiday. Don't just let your child go out and play or go out, hang out with friends, come back in the house, rush to the bedroom. And you're like, okay, probably they want just to go and stay in the bedroom. You don't know what they're doing in the bedroom. They don't want to eat. They don't want to talk to anyone. They are crying every now and then. So please, develop a healthy, good parent-child relationship. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anthony. Thank you so much, Anthony, for that presentation. Thank you so much. Nyamat, I'm here, and I know if Jennifer, we are going to take one online presenter, just like 5 minutes or so, and then after that we'll come back home and we finish up. So Nyamat, is Jennifer available?
Ms. Jennifer, please. Can you please play Ms. Jennifer's PPT?
Okay, just a minute. There you are.
Ms. Jennifer, can you check with me, please? Just please say something, ma'am.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to take this opportunity to thank you for the organizers and everybody else. And I want to thank you most sincerely also for inviting me to be one of the online speakers. I want to thank the organizers, and I'm going to speak on the theme that is mental health and coping among crisis. My topic is the effects of peer counseling on learners' mental wellness. So thank you very much. I hope my PowerPoint is ready. I can start.
You can start, please. Did you send your presentation to us, or are you sharing from your laptop?
I sent it there. I sent it to you, but I can just present if you are not able to get.
Can you share it through your screen?
Again,
Or you can send it now, please, if you don't mind. Cliff, you don't have it? Cliff.
I've sent my presentation.
I'm saying that because we don't have it, so you can just continue with it. You can just present the way it is. Yeah, we are good with that.
All right. So
Thank you.
I will speak that everyone is actually prone to mental challenges, and this means that the learners that are in secondary schools are also not spared. They are also prone to mental health issues. And in most cases, most of these mental health issues that affect them, they don't receive any kind of psychosocial support. One thing we need to understand about in any area of their lives. But the same study also mentioned that the same peer counselor mentioned that they have had their peers in academic challenges and also in issues that affect them in their relationship. So it shows that peer counseling actually plays a very important role. What then is the recommendation? One is that the curriculum developers should develop curricula whereby peer counseling becomes one of the learning areas, and that these same peer counselors, they are needed to be equipped with life skills. So that's why the life skills is to be able to overcome some of the mental health challenges that affect them, and also to be able to help others to overcome some of these mental challenges. Then also, in high schools, there is need to employ trained counselors. And the reason for these trained counselors is to provide guidance for the peer counselors. So because these peer counselors are still very young, there is need to employ these trained counselors so that they can be providing guidance to the peer counselors on how to go about their issues. There is also need for the secondary school guidance and counseling department to work hand in hand with the peer counselors in enhancing the mental wellness of the students. They can work hand in hand whereby the peer counselors will be helping them to identify some of the key challenging issues in secondary schools, and then they help the learners so that they can adjust. There is need to sensitize parents as well as the heads of institutions as well as the teachers for mental health issues that affect learners. At times they may not be aware that they also go through mental health issues, and at times they may take some of this when they see the learner behaving in a certain manner, they may look at it as being a discipline case, but when they are sensitized, they'll be able to help these learners. And then also, there is need to sensitize teachers and the head teachers to understand that peer counselors are also in adolescent stage, because they may forget, they may think that because they are peer counselors, they are always, they should not be having any issue. But they need to understand that they are also in adolescent stage, and because they are in adolescent stage, they make mistakes just like any other learners. So they don't expect so much, but they are just there to help the learners and to help them in trying to reduce some of these mental issues that affect the learners in secondary school. I want to give an illustration of an apple tree whereby
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Jennifer.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
For the question, I'll answer around if it's possible, ma'am. Thank you so much.
It's okay. So, Nyamat, I think and I believe that we are through with online presenters. Nyamat, are you there? Okay. Now, we are really moving and rushing with time. And this is the order that you're going to follow from now. I'm going to invite the next on stage as the children officer from the Directorate of Children's Services. Then he'll be followed by Cherono. Miss Cherono, she's around here. Then Cherono, after Cherono, we'll have Brother Peter Odanga. In that order, we'll go in that order. So please kindly, time is very important for us now. Thank you so much. So let's put our hands together as we welcome Irene from the Department of Children's Services. Irene, karibu. Cliff.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Irene Rukaria. I'm going to be very brief. I'm a children officer in the Directorate of Children's Services under the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, State Department for Social Protection and Senior Citizen Affairs. I'm in charge of the children's remand at Likoni. So much has been said and about mental health, and we all agree every speaker that has spoken somehow has touched on children and mental issues during adulthood emanating from our childhood experiences. We are agreeing that we are a product of our childhood experiences. Everything we experience during childhood now comes out during adulthood, and when you see adults with issues, what our society looks like, it's a reflection of the kind of children that were brought up some few years back, some few decades back. And the children we are bringing up right now, we will see the results of the kind of generation we will have in a few years' time. So I'm just going to share data, then I'll end at that because so much has already been said. I want you to see the kind of cases that the Directorate of Children's Services handles. The Directorate of Children's Services draws its mandate from the Children's Act 2022, the Constitution of Kenya, other international laws and statutes, the UNCRC, the African Charter on the Rights and Welfare of Children, many policies on children issues, manuals, guidelines, regulations, all on children issues. So much is on paper, but when you look at how children are handled out there or the issues affecting the children, you will agree with me there is so much that needs to be done. Before I share with you the data and I sit down, I would also like to say that the Directorate of Children's Services has 8 departments. The Planning Department, the Community and Child Support Department. I will not go into details. You can get all this information online on what each one of the departments does to make sure now the Directorate of Children's Services is able to work and perform its mandate. The Child Protection Department, Strategic Interventions Department, the institutions departments. We have 3 categories of institutions that are under the Directorate of Children's Services. We have remand homes, we have rescue centers, we have rehabilitation schools. Then we have the Department of Alternative Family Care, we have the Department of Trafficking, Counter-Trafficking in Persons, and we have a new one that deals with online child sexual exploitation and abuse. It's new because issues of online child sexual exploitation and abuse have become rampant of late. They were not issues that were there some years back, but with how the technology is improving every day and the kind of exposure our children have to various gadgets that allow them to access the websites and online stuff, issues of online child sexual exploitations are on the rise, and we are handling very serious and sad cases under that department of the Directorate. We also work very closely with many partners, and we do a lot of collaborations because on our own as a government, we may not be able to be very effective in tackling all issues of children. So, I want to share with you data based on the government's calendar, and I'll share with you data that is complete now for the financial year 2021-2022. That means the financial year that started on 1st July of 2021 and ended on 30th of June 2022, the kind of cases we handled. You can get this data online from data.childprotection.go.ke. Anybody can access it. So I'm sharing data of the number of cases that were handled in Mombasa County during that financial year. These are the cases that were recorded in the 6 sub-counties that are in Mombasa County in relation to various children issues that range from cases of neglect, child truancy, abandoned children, child offenders, issues of custody, issues of defilement, destitute children, child abduction, orphaned children, sexual assault, sodomy, various categories, as you will see when you access that site. So during that period, we recorded 3,174 cases, 1,492 cases being of girls, and 1,682 being of boys. Out of these cases, 56.6% were cases of neglect. Then, 19.1% were cases of custody. 56.6% cases of neglect, 19.1% cases of custody. Custody meaning parents are not agreeing on how to take care of the children after separation. So one parent wants to have custody of the children, the other one is not in agreement, and they have to report to the children's offices. 3.3% were cases of truancy. I'm just touching on some of the cases so that now you can go back and reflect after we've had all the presentations since yesterday and today And almost every speaker was alluding to childhood trauma, childhood issues, compounding the mental health problems that we experience. And if I'm not wrong, it was Cherop who presented yesterday on childhood trauma, and she talked of between 0 to 6 years, they are the formative years where children learn behaviors, emotions that are permanent, that do not get erased. And during these years, if children form permanent trends of behavior, emotions, and they carry them along to their adulthood, you get now to understand why is it that during adolescence, we've just been told in the morning that it's a stage where children are struggling with identity. And during that time, there's so much. I'm speaking now from my point of where I work. I deal with adolescents. They're the ones I receive every day from various courts. The children's remand serves 4 counties, a total of 9 courts. And every other child that is admitted to the children's remand is a child in conflict with the law. They've been arrested for committing a certain crime. On that site, when you check the data we have on institutions, we have 13 remand institutions under the Directorate of Children's Services in the country. As at Monday, the data on that website, the population in our remand homes, as at Monday, the 28th of November, we have 682 children in conflict with the law. What does that tell you? We admit children between 12 to 18 years, 12 to 17 years at the remand homes. All of them in conflict with the law. When you check that website, you'll see the categories and the numbers of those children in those remand homes. How many children have committed murder? I would have done all that, but I have given you the site to go and check. As you also reflect, it will take a lot of time. How many children have committed murder? Children who have defiled others. Children who have committed rape, robbery with violence, gang rapes, burglary and stealing, any other crime you can think of. And you cannot we cannot sit there and imagine that these children just woke up one day and decided to be criminals. I'm a counselor by profession, and my work in that remand home is to try and find out whatever led to these children committing crimes and to help them to journey through the juvenile justice system as they await the determination of their cases, and they be committed to the various correctional and rehabilitation institutions that we have in the country, like the Boston institutions, the rehabilitation schools, the probation hostels, and the things you hear from those children. And I can tell you for sure, 99% of those children come from highly dysfunctional families, broken families. Poverty is a major factor. We rarely get children from well-off families, well-educated, because very few children from families that are functional commit crime. And when they do, their families shield them. They are not brought to the children's remand because very fast the families will bail them out, so they'll not come to the remand. The children who come to the remand are taken to court. Every other person who is arrested has a right to bail or bond. Their families are not able to raise that. Or even if they are able to, they are not in agreement because of how highly dysfunctional they are. So they find themselves in the remand homes. And these children will graduate to adults having gone through a lot of issues from childhood, including rejection. And you can imagine the kind of people we have. You see, in the recent days, we've had a rise in the rate of crime in the country. We are seeing it in the news, in Nairobi, even in Mombasa, especially in Likoni and Kisauni. the rate of crime is so high. Schools have closed. We've started preparing our institution because we know we are about to receive many children. Why? Because schools have closed. You go to social media, parents are alerting each other. Wamekuja nyumbani, what are we going to do for the next 2 months? You know, our own children, and we are not even prepared. We do not have a plan for the 2 months that we are going to spend with our children. Somehow, if they are from good families, they will get friends because the parents are not available to nurture them, to guide them, to find activities to keep them busy so that they do not engage in activities that will land them in trouble. They'll get peer pressure from left, right, center. Those ones from very dysfunctional families, your house, they'll be our daily customers. We really need to think through these issues we've discussed here so that it does not come out to be, it was an academic summit with no resolutions and a way of addressing these issues. And every other day, we'll be talking in boardrooms, doing nothing in our society. No improvement at all. And remember, one day, it could be your child or your relative's child, and it is very frustrating. You'll be running up and down looking for ways to assist your relative. I know so and so, you are with them in a summit. Take this message out there. We have so many cases of children. And when we don't address issues at this level, we will have a crazy society. These are the ones who graduate to be adults. And you know, an adult now, you cannot really do much. A child you can tame. Si tunasema samaki mkunja angali mbichi. Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Irene. I understand her work properly and so well, because we work closely. I work closely with Irene at the Department of Children's Services. And some of the children, we are the one who does the referrals. Wengine tunawashikanga sisi tukimpelekeanga huko. So I understand how I can, actually what we are discussing about the mental issues, she's the one who's now dealing with such kind of issues, mental issues in children. So ni ngumu kweli, ni kazi ngumu, si ndio? But we can manage it with collaborative thoughts and minds, then we can be able to manage it. So can we all stand a little bit? Just stand a little bit, please. Yes. Just stretch a little bit. Stretch a little bit. So now that Irene was speaking about the children, yeah? So for like 10 seconds, can we be a little children? Can we? In 10 seconds. I just want you to be a child in 10 seconds, okay? And I want us to sing this song that we used to sing in kindergarten. Okay? Mabata madogo dogo. Yanaogelea katika shamba nzuri ya miti ya juu. Wanalia. Now let's do it better. Okay. Mabata madogo dogo yanaogelea katika shamba nzuri ya miti ya juu. Wanalia. Thank you for being children. You can now sit down. So let's welcome our next presenter. Where is Cliff? Is she here? Yes. Let's just give a round of applause for her as she comes to do a presentation.
Good afternoon. As you heard, my name is Susan Cherono, and my presentation is on women and mental health. As you can see that picture on the screen, does it provoke anything? Especially for the women. It does, the kind of work we do. She is carrying her husband, her child, she has these other children, and a mzigo on her head. That's what a lot of women go through. Yeah, so as Fred Rogers said, anything that's human is mentionable, and anything that's mentionable can be manageable. When we can talk about our feelings, they become less overwhelming, less upsetting, and less scary. So I think you can pass that one, because I think everybody has basic knowledge of that. And you can pass that also, because I'm trying to go as fast. I was told to keep it short. And even that, I think the academias. Yes. Okay. So depression is common between the ages of 25 to 44, and we have been told that it's higher in women than in men. So those are some of the, one of the disorders is depression, and it's known as a mood disorder. So those are some of the, it's a mood disorder, and those are symptoms. You have, yeah, so why are we talking about women's health, mental health? It's because as women, we tend to go through so much in our environment. Being known as a lesser sex, we are subjected to more advances, more mistreatment, especially like you can see from that picture in the office, harassment, sexual harassment, gender stereotyping, experiences of inequality and discrimination. We have family violence. We've been hearing of the triple threat, where there is HIV, teenage pregnancies, and gender-based violence. So we are more susceptible, we are more prone to them than men. So women are responsible for unpaid caring work. This is something that has been coming up of late, where we are basically caregivers, but we are not paid for that work. We are taking care of a sick parent. We are taking care of children. We are just taking care, but this work is not paid. It can bring stress, because when it's not paid, it means that your normal paying job you don't attend to. So now then we have the same issue of poverty, unemployment, and then you have to change the environment because of lack of resources. Another thing where we women are more prone to mental health issues is because of hormonal imbalances. This starts from teenagehood, where you're going through adolescence, changes in the body, and then we have postnatal and prenatal hormone changes, and then we have menopause. So our bodies keep emitting hormones that sometimes we don't understand. And then you'll hear in the office someone says, if today you don't want to talk, and then say, Ule, that one, she's going through that time. You see, they'll just be saying, it's a woman thing. But they don't understand that we are actually going through, and it's not our choice. It's not us who want to go through those hormonal imbalances. So sexual violence has also become very big in our homes and in our environment. Being that we are weaker physically, we tend to be attacked easily. especially issues of rape, where because you are weaker, it's easier for them to attack you. So gender is recognized as a social determinant of mental health. However, there is lack of awareness and prevalence risk factors among women and girls. There is limited evidence about how best to prevent and respond to mental health among women and girls and how to promote their well-being. Women and girls have poor mental health than men and boys. They have higher rates of anxiety, depression, higher rates of eating disorders, anorexia and obesity, and PTSD, and higher rates of self-esteem. That's why the doctor who was talking about body, where someone wants to change the way they look because the self-esteem is very low. They have higher rates of self-harm, where, as Cherop was talking about, cutting themselves, poking themselves, and just self-harm as a way of dealing with their pain. Then there are rates of higher suicidal behaviors, where when you reach a certain point, you just say, this I can't handle. So women are more likely to talk to someone, especially like when they go for a normal clinic, they'll talk to their doctor and tell them, I'm feeling like this, I'm feeling like this. Because sometimes we'll go to hospital and basically we are not physically sick. We are just mentally unwell because of what we are going through. But now women are more likely to seek treatment than men. Another area where you find that as women we are able to because we are social and we talk and we go for chamas and we go for meetups for girlfriends and all, you're able to talk to this group of other women, and there would be a support system that you're able to deal with whatever you're going through. So if a woman does not look for help, the disorder develops. Yeah? So basically, yeah. I'm trying to go as fast and jumping what has already been said. So what about making mental health your priority, or as women, my priority? So women are often busy taking care of everybody else, as we saw in that picture, and they have spouses, they have children, they have elderly parents, and they are at work, they have to take care of someone. So women need to be reminded that they have to take care of themselves. To take care of yourself, you're able to be better, healthier, that you're able to take care of others. We've been brought up since childhood to know that you are a caregiver, you're a caretaker, you have to be a woman. Even when the girl is born and they say it's a girl, they just know, even that girl learns automatically knowing that I'll have responsibilities. But we are hoping that there will be change. So, as you can see, the ladies, they are going for self-care. I think I saw an organization that does massages, and keep going for massages, take care of yourself, do what you like, and just be okay. So there's no replacement for you. No one else can bring up your children the way you can. No one can take care of your people the way you can. So it's good to rest. At least 7 hours a night. Some people sleep less. And then exercising is another way of taking care of your body. And you're eating well, you eat healthy, balanced food. schedule time for you and your friends just to catch up and talk. There's one thing I'm learning is that as a counselor, you need to, we are usually asked, how are you really? So how are you? How did it make you feel? But now we need to go that extra mile for our friends and ask them, how are you? They say fine. It's an automatic response. But now, can you ask, how are you really? And be able to have a conversation. Be able to let that person just talk about it. We've seen on social media, as it was said, where people wrote, I'm sick of this life, I'm ready to die and everything. And then at the funeral, people are like, why didn't she say? Why didn't he say? We are here as friends for you. Did you really ask that person how they are? I think in social media, a lot of people, because for someone to go to social media to say how they are feeling, it means they feel they have no one to speak to. So if you have friends and you're not okay, let it be that you can be able to go to that person and tell them, I'm not okay. One of the things that if you find that you don't have that friend, then you don't have good friends. Let's just go to a counselor. People fear that if I tell them what I'm going through, they will go sharing it with someone else. For me, I usually say I don't care. I've talked about it, and I'm feeling better, and now I'm ready to face the world. So meditation has been known to also help with the mental state, and taking walks and know your limits. We don't know our limits. Like as women, everything is dropped on you. For me, my story is that I was orphaned young. I was still in school. Relatives disappeared, and I was left with a 4-year-old. And I had childhood trauma where I had been molested several times, and I had not dealt with it and had never told anyone. So here I am. Then I got married very early. And the trauma, childhood trauma, any loss is a loss. Even if you lose your phone, you should acknowledge it, that you've lost a phone. And it's something that was close to you. So basically, that marriage didn't work because I had not dealt with those emotions. I struggled in life with emotions, and because I had too much. Taking care of that brother, taking care of a husband, I got children, then I took up other children, then just basically there's work, there's everything else. It's all too much. So at one point, I had a mental breakdown. And when I went to see the doctor, she told me, 2 years down the line, we'll be coming for your funeral if you don't deal with your stressor. And I looked at my kids and I was like, I can't. I don't need this. And I fought it. When I went to the chemist, I saw there were antidepressants. I said, I chose not to take antidepressants. So again, my marriage failed. So again, I went down mentally, as in I had another breakdown. And that time I was suicidal. And because I fear taking life from any life, mine or anyone, I just told God, you know what, let's negotiate. You just take me. I think I'm done here. And that's when that I realized I had a purpose. When you know your purpose, when you know why you're here, then you start focusing on what it is that I left the marriage. I worked on my emotions. I went to school, studied counseling, and sometimes we go to study counseling thinking we are going to help other people, but we are going for ourselves. Next. Yeah. So I founded a Seriani Place. A Seriani Place, it's a CBO. And what we do at the CBO is that we provide psychosocial support to orphan vulnerable children, teenage moms, and women. And when you've gone through so much in your life, you realize that when you know your purpose, is that I cannot tell a woman who comes to my organization, oh, it will be okay, don't worry, yeah, but I don't understand what she's going through. Sometimes the experiences we go through in life are supposed to be to help someone else. This woman, if she comes and tells me I've slept hungry, I tell her I know that. I know how it is. When you look at me like this, do I look like I've slept hungry? She's like, no. Then you will make it. You see, when she sees someone else has gone through it and made it, I tell them, I've gone through a failed marriage, I've gone through abuse, I've gone through everything. But when you look at me, you wouldn't say I have, because I changed my mindset. I'm not going to let what has happened continue dictating my life. So when they say, madam, I don't have a place, a bed, I tell them, I've been auctioned. That is no big deal. We've slept on cartons with my children, and still we've risen. So when I was saying about having gone through things, at that point I felt like it was the end of the life for me. And you can know that there's a lot of stigma when it comes to women, when you're divorced and bringing up children, you're called a single mom. That's a term I don't like. I'm just a woman bringing up children on my own. So those name calling they really add to the stress on women. So what we do is that we provide psychosocial support. Many people don't know psychosocial, what it means. There's psychotherapy, but there's psychosocial. Psychosocial is where we provide counseling, and we also provide mentorship, and we also provide the social aspect, food, clothes, books, anything that they may need that is stressing these women in their lives. We provide trainings for these women. Many are dropped out when they were in school, they got pregnant, so they have no skills. So the best they can do is wash clothes. And it's not every day that they get a job for washing clothes. So we teach them skills, we teach them how to make items using recycled materials. We teach them how to make soap. We teach them some soft skills and entrepreneurship skills that will help them change their economic status. Many of these women come to us as survivors of gender-based violence. Many are unemployed. Some have alcoholic problems and drug abuse, either themselves or their spouses. So with the counseling, no one in our organization can continue with any training or anything support if they have not gone through counseling. And we realize that with counseling, it reduces most of these issues by half. These women are depressed, they are mistreating their children. There were people here who were talking about the child crimes, and most of these children come from poverty areas. It's because this lady will come and she says, my husband left me with 6 children. I don't have an income. The child asks for a pencil and they are hit by the parent because of a pencil for 10 shillings. But it's because this woman is depressed. She's carried too much. Most of the time when there's a split in families, it's the mother who's left with the children. Yet, the father could be capable of taking care. So there's that change of environment. So, apart from giving them books, clothes, and we also help them be self-aware of their emotions, their feelings, and also helping them create support systems because many who are there, many don't have families that are supportive. So when they support each other and make sure that the other person is okay, then they have a support system. And we have seen tremendous improvement in issues that are brought to us. We've seen changes in families, and because of the groupings. Yeah. So apart from that, when they are economically better, then they are able to. Yeah. So we are based in Mukuru Kayaba and Mukuru Nyayo. That is in Nairobi. We need donors to support the picture. Yeah. So. Are girls that usually have groups for girls. We call them safe spaces where they are able to just come and talk about whatever they are going through at home, and we try and help them solve their issues and be able to cope with situations. These are some of the women who come to our office. We are able to provide sometimes sanitary towels. These are our teenage moms, some of our teenage moms. We have teenage moms, and we send them back to school once these are some of the items we teach the women to make. They are made of recycled materials. These are diapers for parents with children with disabilities. We keep giving whatever they need mostly. I think we are done. Yeah, so that was my presentation. Thank you so much. It was my first presentation ever. I hope I did something.
Done so well. Round of applause again. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And I hope from here we get some other people who will be able, during our dinner time, you'll be able to interact and do some networking on the same, so that at least you'll be able to get some assistance from the team. Now, the man that I'm about to call upon on the podium is a man that we've known each other for a while. I remember when I came from Nairobi, immediately after my fourth form, we met. And I was so fiery, serving God as a young man. I was in a teens group in Nairobi, one of the churches in Nairobi. We had started a very good ministry, teens ministry. So when I came to Mombasa, there was no teens in our church. So I looked around. So I formed a group, not knowing that within the church fraternity itself, there is a big brother who had already started doing the teens ministry. And then we collaborated together, and it was so powerful. By that time, we did not have gray hairs. But right now, both of us have gray hairs. So it's a milestone. So again, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome Pastor Peter Odanga. Karibu sana. Thank you so much.
Hello. Tell your neighbor, I like your shoes. Don't look at the shoes, just tell them, I like your shoes. Well, it's such an honor to be here, and I'm really enjoying taking notes. I take a lot of notes, and I'm really learning. I am going to share with us briefly on burnout. burnout. I'll speak from life experience, and I'll apply by giving some lessons that I've personally learned. I'm Reverend Peter Odanga. I serve with a youth ministry called Word of Life. I am a life coach. I'm a founding director for Diani Cycling. I cycle. But my major in college was not only biblical studies, but organizational leadership. So I'm very, very intentional about looking at organizational health. And one of the areas is burnout. And sitting here are people who this affects us directly. I went through burnout. And by God's grace, I was able to arrest it before it got to a bad place. So I want to combine possible causes, consequences, before we look at possible treatment or cure. I want to not go to a lot of things. Many times we mistake stress and burnout. We use them and we think it's the same thing. For the benefit of time, let me start with a very interesting story. She had prepared so well. Actually, the country was very sure she was going to earn them a gold medal. She was very disciplined. And days and months into the Olympics, she had really been working on overdrive. Only that the day came when she was supposed to go to run. She did not want to wake up. The coach came, talked to her. She said she's not going. Big delegation of people would come, were asked to go and ask her to go. She said she's not going. She was asked the reason. She said no. Are you sick? No. The doctors checked her and it looked like everything was fine. And as sure as she had decided, it did not happen. Months later, I was privileged to meet her. And she told me she was just tired. That gives me to tell you this. Burnout has nothing to do with how long you have lived, but how you are living. You could be healthy, you could be young, but you could still burn out. You have to protect yourself jealously. You need to make that a personal commitment. The difference between stress and burnout is this. In stress, stress can lead to anxiety. Burnout can lead to depression. My sister's just been talking about depression. Burnout has, stress has physical consequences. Burnout has emotional consequences. You put too much into things, that's stress. You're at your workplace and you're really trying, you're putting too much. With burnout, putting little or nothing, you're tired. Stress, you experience emotion more strongly. With burnout, you experience little emotion or no emotion at all. Whatever you love most, including your career, is what will kill you, is what will lead to your burnout. And that's the difference. In stress, there is restlessness for not getting the job done. Burnout is when you are detached and not even wanting to do the job. You are a leader somewhere, there are people waiting outside, and you have the attitude of, the world is not ending today, I'm not going to do it anyway. Leaders are mostly affected with burnout. If it affects you at work, it will affect your family, it will affect anything that you are doing. It's a disease that might not have symptoms, but it will affect everything around you. The best definition I can give to burnout is the state of emotional, mental, physical exhaustion caused by prolonged stress. You get the connection now? Prolonged stress. So stress might not necessarily be burnout. The world is literally run by tired men and women. People running on fumes, people who are exhausted, people who are pushing things. There's a phrase we use, and we think it's the right phrase, but it's not. Push your limits. It really helps to know that you have limits. Limits are important. Limits are a grace, and there's nothing wrong with having limits. You cannot do everything. I submit to us that we all have blind spots. All of us. Everybody sees them apart from you. It is dangerous to be so dominant as a leader that the strengths of your juniors cannot be seen. You are actually a candidate of burnout. Burnout is not a good thing. That leads me to say this. A leader who is on his way to burning out is a very dangerous person, especially for those he's working with. Put in other words, unhealthy leaders hurt those that they are leading. So if you're a leader and you know you have all the marks of this, it is going to hurt those you're leaving. You go to bed very tired. When you're on the bed, you can't sleep. You wake up tired. Actually, what I realized when I was going through this is that my love for people started growing cold. Things that would not irritate me began to irritate me. And so I noticed, something must be not working well here. Because that's what burnout will do. You think everything is okay, you keep pushing yourself, and then you realize, no, it's not working. The best gift I have learned that you can give those you're serving is taking care of your rest. Taking care of your rest. And be very intentional with this. Steve Farrar said this. Overload reminds us of the weight of everyday life. We are overloaded, overmatched, and overextended. Our tanks are running on empty, and we are running on fumes. We are running on fumes. The killer that I discovered about my life is this: busyness. When you're too busy, it means that you're effective, not necessarily. I was doing a lot, but there was no effect. And I needed to slow down. Fatigue is not a good thing. There's a difference between having a burning heart and burning out. And if you don't take care of yourself, you will fall culprit for this. Now, having said that, what are the possible cures? What's some of the treatments from my practical life? Number one, increase your playtime. Increase your playtime. Walk, play, go watch soccer. Spend time out of your routine. Normally, on the CV, you are normally asked, what are your hobbies? Some put 10, 15 hobbies. That's not true. What do you love most? Use that and do it well. That will help you with your burnout. I learned that, and it has been really helpful. Oscar Murillo is a pastor, and he once observed this, and I quote, "It is more important to manage your energy than to manage your time." Think about that. It is more important to manage your energy than to manage your time. How true. If you don't take care of your health, you will soon pay dearly for your illness. Burnout will cause you to do that. So enjoy, take time, play, do things that you used to do as a child. We just sang here, it is good. Sometimes just walk in a kindergarten and sing and play with those kids, it is good for your health. It is very good for your health. Secondly, increase your hiding time. Now this is hard, but very necessary. Increase your hiding time. And what I learned about this is a healthy leader retreats regularly. A healthy leader retreats regularly. Take time on your own, alone. You need to know when it's time to ask for time out. In basketball, there's a time we say it's time out. If you don't do that, you're doing a disservice to yourself and you are about to crash. Listen, you cannot be everything to everybody, however good you are. Learn to say no. Learning to say no is not only godly, it is also very professional. You cannot be like a flag and you're doing everything. The moment I learned that, it made a big difference. I actually took what we call a sabbatical from my work. I said, no, I'll stop for this hour of time. There are things I cut off, and I learned to retreat, to take time on my own. And that really helped me to reflect, to spend time with me, to think about me, and it made a very big difference. So increase your hiding time. It's very, very important that you do that. There's a difference between servant leadership and a suffering in leadership. So be very careful that you don't fall. Actually, when you don't take time to retreat, you spread yourself thin. Burnout is a dangerous animal. Be realistic when you are doing this. Now, the other thing I saw that was very good about my life, and I applied it, is increase your pressure management fight. Pressure will always be there. I see we get very excited when you're told you have gotten a promotion. This is the truth. No one will pay you more on your job than you expect, or no one will pay you enough. And the higher they even give you a good medical cover, it's just because they are using and misusing you. I'm sorry to use those words, but that's the truth. So increase your pressure management fight. Walk, run, cycle. Do everything that will help you bring your pressure down. The higher you go, the more pressure you'll find up there. And that's not very healthy if you don't know how to do that. Now, this is for our staff. Increase space for creativity and new challenges. Allow your staff, involve them. One of the unhealthy things we do is to leave someone in one department for more than 10 years. That is already very bad. Rotate them. Allow them. They are more creative. And by rotating them, it's good. But when someone has worked, maybe let's say an example, their work is to collect papers when people are coming in to sign them. For 20 years, it can be very boring. Very boring. But the more you rotate them, you are preventing them from burnout. When you are doing same thing for a very long time, it can be very bad in that area. That's something I learned, and it's very important that we do that. Increase, this is my second last, your ability to listen to your staff. You could be doing so much when you should not necessarily be doing what you're doing. Increase them. Listen to them. I had this incident when I was going through burnout. One day, I noticed that one of our staff, the work was becoming very bad. She's not performing the way she used to perform. But I was too crowded with what I was going through that I was not focusing to listen to my staff. And so our production was not doing well. So one time, I went and asked her, what is really happening? What's wrong with your work? Why are you doing your work the way you are doing it? She looked at me, and tears welled her eyes. She started crying. And she told me, my husband left. I have a sick kid. And every evening from here, I go to hospital to be with the kid. And I come to work in the morning. I didn't know that that's what was happening. Be sensitive. Because when you yourself going through burnout, you will be very insensitive in helping those around you. And so if you have a company where everybody is going through burnout, mental health is going to take a big drain on the company, and that will be very bad for the company. So I insist. And then the last one, increase your flexibility to discern on judgment. For example, I highly discourage in our 21st century when people say, I am working because I am on I was supposed to go on leave, but now they are paying me for that leave. That should never happen in 21st century. Allow people to go for leave. Allow people, it is healthy. Actually, a study has shown that 84% of managers in a research agreed that employees return to work with improved focus and creativity when they take time off. it is important for them to take time off. A mother with a sick kid wants to go home will never concentrate because as much as you want the work done, they cannot. Just have a discernment of doing that. And when it's time for off, respect off. When it's time for break, respect the breaks. It is very important. As much as they could be doing more and you're not careful about this, it's not good. Discern when to say, I think tomorrow we'll make the program different, we'll leave early. It is very important for you. It is important for your staff. Burnout is a disease. Burnout has nothing to do with how long you have lived, but how you are living. There is no way you are going to lead others in the 21st century if you are not taking care of yourself. So, I'm traveling for a burial. I'm closing with this. I'm traveling for a burial to Busia. My brother is dead, and I'm driving. I get to a place called Gilgil. I'm stopped. I ask why. They tell me, you've been overspeeding. So I try to plead with them. They insist, no, you've been overspeeding, and you need to be checked in. So I said, oh, no problem. So they take me to Gilgil police. I know you have an officer here, and we got there, and they asked me to go in to see the base commander. They call base commanders because they're in charge of traffic. Is that right, madam? Yes. So I go there. I get in, and the base commander is here. Who do you think you are? Why are you not complying? Why are you overspeeding? And how come you're not listening to what they're telling you? Why are you doing this? And he talks and talks and talks. I'm just looking at him. And then when he started coming down, I just said, how are you, sir? Then it hit him. He sits down, and then I said, can I sit? He said, yeah, please sit down. I think he's trying to process, who is this? Why is he saying this? And then I asked him, how are you really doing? And then he sits down, and then he asked me, and who are you? What? So I explain who I am. I say I'm a life coach. I counsel. And this, I did not say I'm a pastor. I didn't start from there. After some time, he goes out and instructs the officer outside to take care of everybody who is there. He locks the door, and he comes, he sits down. He starts sharing his story. He had been burnt out. I'll not go into details. He was at a breaking point. I listened to all his stories, put them together, and I knew this is very serious. And I told him, you are not even supposed to be sitting here. You need an off. He said, but I can't get it. I said, you will get it today. He said, no, you don't understand. We are free. I said, you will get it. I know what I'll do, and you'll be able to get it. Long story short, he even gave me 2,000 shillings to go for the burial, and the rest is story. God bless you.
That was a nice ending, yeah? A good ending. I know him, having been an actor and a script developer and also an author, he has a lot to say and he has a lot to talk about. I know him so well. So, thank you so much, the speakers. You've really kept time, and we are really on time. And at this juncture, I would like to thank you so much. Yamata, I hope you're still here with us online. So, I'd like to remind you that we'll be having our dinner later in the evening, and we'll also give some of our partners also time to be able to greet us and tell us something that is during dinner times. We have some time for speeches. And this time around, I would like to think our last presenter, who is second last. Just a minute. Yes. So I would like to call Collins to take it over from there. Then I'll come in later on. Thank you so much. So Collins has a presentation, and he will take us through his presentation. Thank you so much.
Okay, good afternoon. Okay, can you just slightly just arise? Kindly. Stretch yourself. I won't like you to be on burnout because of being taught. Stretch yourself. Thank you. Okay, you can have your seat. My name is Collins Bolo. I'm happy to be here so that we can have a short time to learn from each other and from one another. So briefly, I do several things in the community. I'm the founder of Family Health Life Skills and Career Development. Within my services, I do a lot of psychometric assessment, whereby I assess people as far as your intelligence is concerned, the speed of your brain, your current personality formation, why you behave the way you behave, which career can you be most suitable? Are you a college material? Are you a university material? Are you a vocational and gifted individual? And it's key because our 844 system, which is now fading off, we found out as a group of experts in psychometrics that 80% of Kenyans are career misplaced, meaning every 10 people, 8 are in a wrong career. So a businessman who had an A and ended up to be a doctor will trade for each and every patient who comes in hospital. Yet a receptionist who could have been probably a soldier will harass each and every customer who comes to the reception. So in psychometrics, we can be able to help people from 11 years to 65 years to be able to identify their path as far as career is concerned. Also, I'm a professional counselor. I've been teaching psychology for 7 years. Then I decided to get into more practice than just teaching. I'm a leadership coach and a relationship coach, specifically in marriage, relationship, and also leadership and work relationship. Certified mediator by MTI, specifically on child custody via feeder once in a while, and other personal engagement through my organization. Professional speaker, and also certified grief and loss recovery therapist, among many things which I do. Now, apart from that, also I'm a clergy. When all these are over, I am happy serving people as a clergy with a church called Christ Temple Community Church. Now, sometimes back there's a young man who had been promised by his dad, when you finish Form 4 and you get good grades, I'll make sure that you'll go to the United States of America to join your uncle. So young boy made sure that he did well the much he could and perform well. Unfortunately, just few weeks before the results were out, the dad passed on. He was involved in a road accident. That was a big loss. The father was the only hope which this young man had so that he can transit to the United States of America. Within a very short time, he started having some abnormal behavior. And family members identified there's something wrong with our boy. So he came by my house. As you were talking, I identified he's not behaving as usual. And this young man, mom, calls me and tells me if I've identified where his son is, because she suspects that the young boy is mentally ill. Then I connected his new behaviors from how I knew him before. And I suddenly realized something is not happening well with this young man. So they had to take this young boy to some of the best psychiatrists and doctors around so that he can be assessed, and they had to put him on antidepressants. And the big question is this: does it mean each and every person with abnormal behavior needs medication? I want to pick from that point. One of the minor emotion and the most neglected yet very detrimental is grief. We don't talk about it. we ignore it, but it has a lot of negative repercussion in so many ways, in which I want to use the shortest time possible to help us to see. And if possible, at your level where you're working, we come and we train you to become an expert in grief and loss recovery, which is different from what you have been teaching in class as far as grief and loss is concerned, and I'll be showing you how different it is and how you can gain. But when I talk about grief, what is grief? Now, grief is the normal and natural reaction to significant emotional loss of any kind. I'm talking about normal and natural reaction to significant emotional loss of any kind. Again, grief is the conflicting feelings caused by the end of or change in a familiar pattern of behavior. All of us, we have common familiar pattern of behavior in our homes, in our workplace, as we travel and we do a number of things. But when we have a conflicting feelings, which is caused by end of or change in a familiar pattern of behavior, there's that feeling which comes when these things happen. We call it grief. Again, grief is the feeling of reaching out to someone who has always been there, only to find when you need them again, they are no longer there. They're no longer there. That feeling of trying to reach out to this person has always been there, but only to find out the person is no longer there. That feeling is what I'm talking about. Now, grief, again, as I've said, it is normal and natural. It is not pathological condition or a personality disorder, which we mistake so many times, and we put people on a lot of medication which they don't need at all. However, a research was done for 15 years with a group of experts. And within those 15 years, on studies specifically on grief, they found out that there are around 43 types of losses which can lead to grief. These include death. Loss through death can lead to grief. Divorce can lead to grief. Retirement can lead to grief. Moving from one estate or city to another can lead to grief. This feeling I'm talking about. Pet loss can lead to grief. You love your dog, you love your cat, then it dies. Financial change. Either too much money has started coming in or the amount of cash flow has gone down. It can lead to this emotion called grief. Loss of health. You have just gone to the hospital. You have been diagnosed. Then you meet with this expert, doctor, but communication skills is poor and just tells you, we are sorry, we have just found out you have cancer. And you're at stage 4. Do you have a religious leader to help you? You come out of that office already feeling dead, buried, and you're worried about how your family will live from that point. Emptiness stage. Your kids have grown, they have left. You have just remained with your husband and your wife. There's that feeling of grief can come when you find yourself at that position. End of addiction. It's good, but also one can feel, because when people are drinking together, they are so social and they sound to be so good. Now you have lost your friend after stopping addiction and drinking. Even starting a school, among many, there are at least 43 types of losses which can lead to grief. And it's become extremely important. Let me address. However, there are some type of loss which are intangible. For example, loss of trust. You just found from your phone that your husband or your wife is chatting or flirting with someone else, or your very close friend. Loss of trust. Boom. It's intangible, but still a loss which can lead to grief. Others include loss of safety. Where you live, of late, reports have been coming about issues of insecurity. It can lead to grief. Loss of control. You are no longer in control. You can no longer control yourself. You can no longer control your husband. You can no longer control your children. Then there's that feeling of grief which can come in. Loss of faith. You have prayed and prayed. You have been anointed. You have been prophesied and nothing is happening. Grief can come because of loss of faith. There's loss of productivity, like the case of burnout. It can lead to grief. Some are tangible, some are intangible. The key thing is, can I identify this feeling within me? The president of Grief and Loss Recovery, Africa, who happened to be the one who did training with us in grief and loss, when things were not working for him, he thought maybe I need to take more degree. So he took several undergraduate degree. He went for several master's degree and nothing was happening. The more he was frustrated in life, the more he was so unproductive. Then one day when he got to an end and was feeling like, now what next? Then he sees on Google an institute called Grief Recovery Institute. Then he started laughing. How can a whole institute be based on grief? He decided to enroll for the class in America and go and learn about this grief. He realized that what had made him, upon all achievement, not to progress in life is because he had a lot of accumulated grief which made him not to progress. When he attended to his grief, progress started. It took him less than 2 to 3 years after that, he became among the under 40 millionaires in Kenya. The time he was training us, his net worth was over 70 million Kenyan shillings. But before that, he had a graduate with all the degrees but poor. There's nothing frustrating as being educated and poor. So frustrating. But grief due to loss can lead to such. Now, but do people have the same experience when they get into grief? Now, there's something to understand. Grief is individual and unique. We can be of the same family, we get lost through death, loss of a relationship, but all of us, because we're individual and we're unique, our experiences will be different. And there's no stage, anything called like stage in grief. And that's what we teach our students. In the university level, at college level, we have stages for grief. There's nothing like that, because Elizabeth Kubler-Ross, when he was doing research on death, that's when he came with the stages towards death. Then some other smart guys who did not take their homework well decided to take the stages of death to become stage in grief. For those who are here and they are teaching, please, you better change your syllabus and what you are teaching our students. There is no stage in grief. Very important. Why? She was very specific and distinct in her book when it comes to the issue of stages of death, which we bring it on people. Assuming the same stages are there for grief. So what does it mean? Suddenly, if you misdiagnose, you'll also mistreat. And that's what's happening. We have a lot of misdiagnosis as far as effect of grief because of loss, and because of that, we mistreat our patients, our clients. A good example, this young man who lost his father, today if you meet with him in town, his hair is so shaggy. He sells mtumba. He doesn't talk to people most of the time. The immediate thing, if you meet with him, you'll feel like he has a personality disorder or some other medical, mental-related condition. But where he is, it's because of loss, which led to grief. Now, because of that, we mislabel our patients and people whom we need to attend to. But how will I know if I or someone I know is incomplete with a loss? Let's check. Maybe you might find yourself somewhere. How will I know? If I or someone else is incomplete, the keyword is incomplete with loss or with a loss. One, If you are unwilling to think about or talk about someone who has died, got lost through death, please, usiongee juu yake. Or express feelings about any other loss. You lost your phone, you lost your laptop, you lost your boyfriend, you lost your girlfriend, they have become ex. If you have that unwillingness to talk about it, probably you are suffering grief. Swahili tutasema ugonjwa wa huzuni. If fond memories turn painful, you may be experiencing unresolved grief. Keyword, unresolved grief. If what you lost, you think about is so painful, probably experiencing unresolved grief. If you want to talk only about the positive aspect of relationship or what you lost, you may be incomplete in your grief. You only want to talk about the positive part of it, but avoiding the negative aspect of the loss. Incomplete. Keyword. Wanting to talk about only negative aspect of the relationship might be unresolved grief. He was such a bad guy husband, such a wicked woman, such a bad pastor. Only the negative. They are probably unresolved grief. Those are symptoms. Unresolved grief also may be rooted to any fear associated with thoughts or feelings about a relationship. These are very key things which you need. Why? Because you're talking about a feeling which is most neglected, but every day we pass through a lot of losses. Now, I want you to get these statistics. This is what will surprise you. The impact of unresolved grief in the society. Check at these statistics. The following statistics are heartbreaking and could be avoided in many cases. Check this. 13 million grievers annually die due to death. Globally. Every year we are losing 13 million people who were grievers. They went through loss. They never dealt with the loss. They didn't have skills to deal with an unresolved issue. And by the end of the year, we lose 13 million people. This is more than COVID. No NGO, no institution, no government is investing on people to learn about grief. Yet people are dying of grief. There are 2.6 million deaths per year in the United States, with an average of 5 grievers per death, according to U.S. Census Bureau. This is something we have to watch. We have to watch. 2.5 million grievers per year die due to divorce. 2.5 million grievers per year die due to divorce. And this does not include children grieving because of the divorce of their parents. I think by now we are aware now. We need to deal with this thing. Just divorce, and sometimes we just rush and take options like divorce because you're not ready to deal with the issues or to solve the issues within our relationships. 15.6 million grievers per year die due to romantic breakup. 15.6 million grievers per year die due to romantic breakup. Now, this is serious. Now, this is physical death. I'm not talking about emotional. Like psychologists found out that if you get angry with a person and your anger supersedes 24 hours, the chemicals released in your body, negative chemicals, reduce your 5 years of existence. No wonder the good book says, when angry, do not let the sun go down before you address your anger. Because your creator knows that when you sustain your anger for over 24 hours, some of those chemicals released, they are killing a lot of your cells and your livelihood. And some people are too proud because they can be bitter for 1 year. they are dead already emotionally. We are just waiting for the burial. This is how serious it is. A study of 95,647 persons who lost a spouse found that overall death rate for the surviving spouse doubled the first week following the loss. Out of 95,647 people, when loss of death came in, after 1 week, it doubled. Those who were left. Because the pain of losing their spouse was so much that there was no need to live. And they died. No NGO, no organization, no government is investing on grief. Why? We are neglecting the most important and riding on miscellaneous issues. In the same study, the heartbreaking rates, more than doubled on male survivors when they had their spouse died. And it more tripled on women because of loss of the person they loved. Then they said the surviving spouse, 93% more likely get into fatal road accident, and suicide rate went up to 242%. This is something which we need to consider and think about. Now the bad thing is this: unresolved grief is cumulative and cumulatively negative. Let me explain. Unresolved grief is cumulative and cumulatively negative. This is what it means. Today, I get loss of my phone, which I loved so much. That was, okay, I do. Ni mipango ya Mungu. Have I resolved it? No, it sticks there. Then, I get loss of an elder of a church whom I invested so much on him. And I knew this person will help the sustainability of the church. Then he quits for another church. That's another loss. If I don't deal with it, it's cumulative. You're getting it? Then, there's a loss of a close relative, a friend, or financial. The more they accumulate and I don't deal with them, it says unresolved grief is cumulative and cumulatively negative. So it will turn from grief as an emotional issue. From emotional issue, at that point, it will turn now to become psychological, pathological, and we prepare you to die. It transits. That's why I believe some of the patients, we put them to antidepressant. What they need is grief recovery. Because when you put them on antidepressant and they sleep and they wake up, what made them get to that state is still there. It has not been addressed. And at one point, we're having a multi-agency meeting. How can psychiatrists, clinical psychologists, psychological counselors agree on how we can be referring clients one to another than putting everybody on medication? And some don't need talk therapy. Even if they need talk therapy, which kind of talk therapy do they need for them to be well? I once got a referral of a corporate patient, client, who came to my office through one of the international organizations which deals with corporate clients. So she came to our office. She looked everywhere with a swag. And she said, like, someone of my class, I don't think I can be counseled in this place. That's one of the best institutions for counseling. So what do you prefer? Can you book an hotel? Then you offer therapy for me in the hotel. But the guys who called me, the HR from the institution, told me, this person is undergoing a lot of crisis in a marriage. Please assist. Now, where this institution is, they have a good hotel where they are, whereby people are being taken to rooms for therapy. It's okay, but not in Mombasa. But now my patient has come, a corporate patient from Mombasa. Now I'm trying to think, if I go with her for therapy in the hotel, Then the husband appears. Where will I start from? Are you seeing the scenario? But this corporate client is a source of income for that institution, international institution, which has referred her to me. So for the HR in that institution, that is money. For me, it's my client. And I told the HR, I'm sorry, if she feels this place is not convenient, let me see which might be the next possible place for us. Maybe if I'll get an one of the hospitals and we get a room. And the HR says, no, the customer is always right. So you have to think and do something. I told her, excuse me, madam, in my career, my clients are always irrational before they come to my office. I won't go with that business philosophy, I'm sorry. She gets mad. You have to do it, I'm sorry, you cannot. My field, you're just an HR. My field, I'm a therapist. And I view things differently. We have to reschedule for this session to another place. Otherwise, I have to guard myself. That's my responsibility. Now, once we don't resolve our issue, it becomes cumulative and cumulatively negative. We have to learn how to resolve them in one way or the other. Now, unresolved grief is everywhere. Thousands of mental health professions we work with have found that although their clients come to them with some other presenting issues, almost all of them are unresolved grief as underlying problem. So as a therapist, as a leader in your institution, once you can be able to identify from the time this staff lost whatever loss he had, things started changing. You'll be more helpful to that particular individual than just recommending for a psychiatrist. Like somebody was saying yesterday, nowadays you have teenagers who will just come to a therapist and tell them, according to what I've researched on the Google, I think I have a personality disorder. Can I get a medication? And you find this young teenager is being prescribed medication based on their finding in Google. I wonder, since when did Google become a therapist? We have a lot of unresolved issue. So what can we do? Grief is not clinical depression. And a recent study says that 8,800 clients establish a large percentage of people diagnosed as depressed and they are placed into antidepressant drugs, but they are not clinically depressed. There are people who are showing the symptoms, but they were undergoing grief-related challenges. The symptoms might be the same, but the underlying condition is different. So what can we do? Because of that, some of the common misfortune as I finish, associated with grief, people tell you time heals. Have you ever heard that? Time heals. Time does not heal. Action within time is what heals. That one means you can stay for 20 years, 30 years. If it's unresolved, one day it will just explode and start mourning as if your loss just took place yesterday. Some say, grieve alone. Give your mom her space. Let her alone. No, it doesn't help. Some say, be strong. You are a man. When you'll discourage others. No. Once people start telling you to be strong, be alone, they're just trying to create an environment to make grief to be cumulative and later on to be cumulatively dangerous against your own life. Some say, don't feel bad. You loved him, but God loved him more. Who cares about what God did, what God thinks? At that time, you have a loss. It's not about God. And this is where people do common mistake, whereby they try to use logics to deal with emotional problem or to use religious sentiments to address emotional problems. It doesn't help at all. Some will tell you, can you replace the loss? You lost your dog? Please, you can get another dog. The issue is not about another dog. You have lost the favorite dog or pet. Oh, don't worry, you have so many girls in there. There are so many fish in there. See, Even if she has left you, there are still many more. The issue is not about many more ladies. The issue is you have left this one. You have lost this one. That's the issue. Because the quality and what you could get from this individual is different from others. Hello, are we together? But still nobody talks about these issues. So by the time someone is demonstrating some symptoms, which are mental, psychological, disorders are coming in, then we come in, boom, to bring solutions which are off target. We kill the patient. We damage the patient. And there's nothing as bad than educated fellows who have misdiagnosed a condition. And they're giving out very good English, but out of context. It's so pathetic. But it's good when we refer our clients one to the other, so that we can be able to help. Some say, keep busy, be busy with yourself. Keep yourself busy. After the loss of your husband, just keep yourself busy. With time, you'll forget. If it is inside here, it will just pop up here. It will just pop up here. Don't keep yourself busy. You need to know how you can resolve your grief. Now, because of that, common mistake people do when you get losses, common sentiments like, you'll be fine in time. Because actually there are people who ask, what are some of the most helpful and bad sentiments which you had when you got a loss? They say, but you'll be fine. Don't worry, brother, you'll be fine. Things should just be well. I know how you feel. Someone telling you, I know how you feel. How can someone claim he knows how you feel? Nobody knows except you. Because it is you who knows what you have lost. You shouldn't be feeling that way. Common mistakes which people do. Some say, please, you need to look bright. Stand for the others. It doesn't help at all. Why? These are real challenges in our society. Some say, don't be angry with God. And many other more. So what can we do? Let's learn the right words. For example, I can't imagine how you feel. I really can't imagine how you feel. I can't imagine how painful, devastating it is after you lost your laptop. That's a supportive sentiment. Or, I can't imagine how you feel. This is the time we say, don't listen to your head, listen to your heart. Don't use logics to solve these emotional problems. Trying to rush, then I finish. So what can we do? We recover from loss. It's achieved by a series of small and correct choices made by the griever. That's what we like us from whatever institution you're coming from. That we may connect together. So we can have time. We need more. Actually, Africa had been given this program from grief and loss recovery was designed and supported and funded by the United States of America military. And I don't know if the number is still open, but there was a need for 1,000 people to be trained in Africa to become grief and loss recovery therapists. Maybe as we network through to Africa, if the space is still available, why not? 2 weeks ago, we were having a meeting with HRs about grief and loss in HR position. And they're like, what do you mean, grief and loss in our position? When it started being discussed, then they realized grief and loss in marriage. You just got married the other day, you can get to grief. Still 1 day, 2 days, 3 days old in your marriage. And there are many other dimensions which we are coming up with on how we can be able to help people so that we can recover. Then you start feeling better because now you can deal with the underlying issues which you have in one way or the other. So what can we do? Now that we are aware grief is real and it's affecting us in each and every day life, then it becomes important for us to have more understanding about this subject matter and learn on how we can help ourselves to resolve our grief and to be able to resolve the grief of other people around us. That will be one of the best gifts you're going to get after this summit. We talk about mental health, which is good. But what about if the mental health status of this patient is because of unresolved grief? Thank you very much for for coming, and thank you very much for listening to me. Our moderators just left, so right now we are going to have a question and answer time. In case you have any question from any of our presenters who was here, this will be the best time for you. Any question? Yes. Can you get someone giving the mic? Yes. Oh, there's the last presentation. One more? Okay. Who was the last presenter? Oh, yourself. Okay. Thank you. Okay. At this moment, before we get to sorry, I'll call you, then we get to question and answer time. I'd like us to invite Daktari to come and give us the last presentation for today. Dr. Anika, karibu. Let's put our hands together for Daktari.
Thank you, Collins. You have posted it? Where? On this side? Okay, we've had different speeches. What I'm going to present was as a concern from the organizers of this workshop, this summit, that we wanted to see what is happening from the university side. You've seen that presentation have gone across the board, but the university is lacking, isn't it? What is happening? We've covered children across, but we were lacking what is coming from. And my friend, I'm forgetting your name. Yes, you also mentioned something happening from the university. There was also the one with working with the Nairobi University, I think also presented something. So what I did with my mentor, Professor Kwena, who is busy in our workshop in Nairobi, we decided to find out the works that have been done, the studies that have been done, so that those studies could inform us in this summit on what is happening. So whatever is here is an analysis of what has already been done. Okay. So what is informing this study is that the studies reveal that there's diverse consequences. Consequences on mental health that is basically negative. The things we are talking about, they are just negative. The youth in the university are all the time suicidal in their thoughts. They have a lot of substance abuses, depression, as you can see, anxiety disorder, poor cognitive functionings, poor academic performance. Some do very well, and that's why they are at the university. And psychosomatic conditions is quite rife in the university. These findings implies more profound stresses in these environments where the students are studying. And therefore, this paper that I'm talking about provides an anchor for an assessment of mental health studies done among university students in Kenya. And we used a qualitative study approach. Why did we have to do this? Because the poor academic performance is anchored on their health in the university. The socio-economic issues, their intellectual lifestyles, and their associations with mental health. The many issues we've talked about is what we are experiencing at the university. the nature of university life. Look at the environment where the students live. There's so much circumstances that surround these mental health issues in the university. And therefore, GAKI 2021 talks about psychological challenges in as far as the academic issues are concerned. Most of the time you'll hear of missing marks, not because the lecturer did not do their work, but the learner. Most of the time you hear them going out of their mind and they're just walking around and they're not completing their studies. Most of the time the parents are cheated to graduation and there's no graduation. Most of the time they're rotating around the university premises and they're not going away. We came from home to study, but we are not completing it. What is the problem? Mental health issues. The first years, remember they are coming from home and they are joining university. What do you see in them? I've paused because I'm asking you. I don't need an answer, but I know where you are seated. You know what I'm asking. Your child has just come from secondary school. They have done exams. Then they have joined university. What happens? There's no bell. There's nothing that is calling him. There are no rules for it. The rules are there, but nobody is on those children. So, first years need a lot of adjustment, and they fail to get that, or sometimes they do, depending on their background. So, adjustment to university life is number one stressor and a mental health issue. They lack knowledge. Knowledge on what we are talking about. Who has told them? Who has told them what we are talking about? Where did they get information from? And if they happen to fall into any situation, fear, whom will they tell? But the counseling office is there. The psychologists are there. Religious people are there. The pastors and the bishops are there, and the chaplains. And even these lecturers are parents, and they are readily available. What about the child? What about the youth? Do they know? And if they happen to fall into various issues that is affecting them, then they can't even share. When we analyzed this work, we looked at the common mental health issues that have been identified by those studies. We also looked at what is precipitating these mental health issues. Verbatim, the way they took it, the way the studies revealed. Then we had to profile the services. We provide the services that are being offered in as far as the studies are concerned. We looked at the coping mechanisms that those particular studies are highlighting. And then we established the gaps that these studies are saying this and this and this needs to be done. Methodology was that we did triangulation using empirical approach, the data collection methods, and data analysis techniques that we could use. And we have said that we use qualitative, okay? Because we didn't have the data. We didn't have time to ask for permission for the actual data for us to go further and do the analysis. The design, therefore, is retrospective survey design to help the triangulation for this particular data which is existing. And the studies are mainly the ones that have been done in Kenya universities from 2021 to 2022. So just 1 year period. The target population are the university students. And this is because a study by Wambui 2019, which I could get, revealed that there's a lot of mental health issues, and the mental health issues have increased. And they have shown depression, anxiety, eating disorder, psychosomatic disorders, HIV/AIDS, and drug abuse to be on the increase. So that is supporting why this target population. Location is Kenya. Incidences are mental health issues. And remember, there was also a study my colleague presented that about 2 he cited 2.1. I'm citing about 2 million, so it's the same, that have been shown to have depressive symptoms. The implication is that mental health index in Kenya, universities, is quite profound. That's the issue we are talking about here. What procedure did we use? The Google search engine is what we use to help us get who has studied from that period to this particular period. And this study represented all the studies investigating mental health issues in Kenya, as I have said, 2021, 2022. So there were only 7 studies that we found within the period. These studies were targeting the criteria that we used to select those particular studies, that these studies were targeting Kenya university students, and that these studies were carried out between 2021 and 2022. And therefore, it was specifically purposive sampling technique. The analysis that we use is qualitative data, okay, which was applied to analyze, and the results were presented in form of descriptive analysis and tables where appropriate. Now, those are the common mental health issues among university students. And as you can see, a lot, the presentations that have been done is just falling on this. Depression, anxiety, and different kind of disorders. This was from Mental Health Growing Challenges in Kenya Universities, the case of Kabarak University. The next one was Nairobi County, influence of selected psychosocial challenges on academic performance among first-year students in Kenyatta universities. What was the problem? Anxiety, panic, adjustment, depression. The next one was effects of contextual concerns on university students' mental health in the wake of COVID-19 pandemic. What was the problem? Depression, anxiety, stress, sleep, and eating disorders and loneliness. The next one again is from Nairobi, looking at depression, anxiety, and stress. And as you can see, again, depression, disorder, anxiety, generalized disorders. This one from Nazarene University, looking at a correlation between self-esteem and depression among poorly performing students. The major problem was depression. And then this one was again from Kenyatta University, psychosocial challenges on academic performances. The problem there, anxiety, panic adjustment, depression. Then exploring college students' biopsychosocial spiritual well-being and problems during COVID-19 through a contextual comprehensive framework. The issues, sadness, anxiety, frustration, stress, loneliness, withdrawal. We did a collaborative of standard deviation, and we categorized as normal, mild, moderate, and severe. Severe was coming out as anxiety, but on a normal continuum, depression still stands up, and stress. And therefore, you can see the graphs, and you can see how far depression is standing in that analysis by the graphs that you can see. What are the challenges? I realized that as far as these papers were concerned, the challenges and the mental health issues were almost the same. So I've seen that they're just repetitive from the other one, because I cannot correct. These are just the papers the way they were. But I've seen they're just the same. Mental health challenges faced by university students, you can see depression, anxiety, 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 depression, depression. There it is. And then again, it is continuing, and the same universities. Causes of mental health challenges by order of magnitude. These are the items that were identified, and desired cause. Colin has just talked about the grief, and that children are being forced to take courses that they don't want. Then the other, I've forgotten his name, also mentioned that we force children to take things which they don't want. And so we find a way of talking to them, isn't it? Yes. So you can see undesired course. You are a doctor, you become a doctor. Leave the child to go swimming, to do sports, what they desire, because it is a stress and a mental health issue. Another one is virtual learning. Unfortunately, since COVID-19, the world went digital. And so they are forced to go virtual. But what is the problem? The parents can't afford to take care of them. Poverty. And in virtual learning, what do they need? They need a laptop, iPad, IT people. What do you need for learning? Even internet, Wi-Fi. Do they have them? They have Mlikamwizi, isn't it? And so Mlikamwizi, and we've gone dark. It's like we are in a dark continent, and yet we have grown further. That is Africa. I don't know what is happening in Asia. I didn't hear this. But maybe we need a study that can compare this. Now, virtual learning, you see, is another problem. Then exam anxiety. Even professors also fear any exam, anybody you put to task, to do a test. There was Daktari explained an exercise where someone was called, and then you started asking the person questions. He was not prepared. He was like ambushed. So the activities precipitating him to come here, to involve in that exercise, already was a problem. And so it is causing some mental health issues. And that is what exam does. So when children fail exams, let's just know that that is what the body takes them through, to go through that situation. So sometimes they don't just fail because they want to. But there are several factors that contribute to their failure. What do we need to do to help them? Okay? So there we are. And you can see that the undesired causes that they do is a problem. By the studies that have been done, I'm not the one saying that. So I think that one is something. What are the services? Services that are being offered. Kabarak University, student counseling. Nairobi University, psychosocial evaluation, time-bound treatment, emotional support, personal development groups, external psychological services, social integration for addressing relationship difficulties, orientation programs to first-time students. Kenyatta University, I think the study did not take care of that. Not that they don't have. It is the study that did not give that. Then again, problematic internal use, depression, they did not cater for that. Not that the program is not there. Correlation, they talked about student counseling. Then by psychosocial, spiritual well-being, they handle that topic and give a comprehensive framework, but they did not give that area. What are the mechanisms that the students are using to cope with their mental health issues? They're using drugs. Now we see the correlation. Mental health and drug abuse in the university, now we can see. They have so many problems, so they use the drug abuse to solve their problems. Then they also try to solve their problem by being part of the groups. So peer pressure, psychosocial support is so much amongst themselves. If they are in a class, they take care of one another. That's how they solve their problems. The next study did not give. Nairobi, internet use for mood elevation. That's what they said that they are using, and that was your presentation and your friend there. They are on internet. Okay. The next study, Nazarene, did not give. The last one gave talking to family, friends, as a physical exercise, social media, reading books, hobbies, spiritual activities, alcohol and drug abuse. And coping mechanism, there we are, talking family seems to take a higher level, and social media. And of course, they go through sports, games and clubs, and they like that, and that makes them cope with themselves. And there you are. What are the research gaps that these studies identified? The one for Kabarak did not identify a gap. The next one for academic performance identified that there's need to focus on other universities, both locally and abroad, and see whether the results will be replicated, the same study that was done. There's need for study focusing on other factors other than the one that is factored here for mental health. The one for pandemic, COVID-19, said that universities have not invested in psychological first aid. Psychological first aid, maybe that's a gap that you need to come in, psychological first aid. And still there's lack of systematic collection of data on the mental health impact. So that's the gap they are talking about. Practitioners, you can pick that there's need for study on the effect of problematic internet use on other psychiatric problems not covered in the study. The Sir Collins is there and others to team up on that. Then there's need for comparative study to be carried out in other private and public universities on the components of depression. And we've seen depression. Tina, I hope you are listening. Then there's a long-term consequence of the pandemic that are not fully covered and should be adequately addressed. This one like biopsychological, spiritual approach, which is multidimensional. Okay? In conclusion, these studies carried out between 2021 and 2022, and these are the people: Mita 2021, Gaki 2021, Meto 2022, Jenga 2021, Otanga 2022, Wambui 2019. They provided the following insights: the prevalence of mental health issues in the universities, the measures put in place to address the issues, the coping mechanisms, and the issues that the coping mechanisms and counseling still stands as an issue that needs to be provided. The major issues, as we have seen, is depression, anxiety, and stress. Most prevalence. That also stands out. And what is causing this, in as far as we have seen? Exam anxiety, the causes, the undesired causes which we force children to do. I don't know whether it is the university's placement system that displaces them, or it is the parents. Maybe that's also another area for study. Who pushes them to do the courses that they don't want, which is causing mental health problem. It's coming out in these studies. And then the new environment and adjustment. So helplessness, meeting new people, and virtual learning. There's something there to pick: virtual learning. Do parents have the money to give the children, to support them in virtual learning? The world is going digital, but us, we are going backwards. That's the irony of things, the digital people. Okay? Yes. So recommendation: mainstreaming mental health policy nationwide and in the university is still core. Accelerating diversity to mental health services in the university. Okay. Further research, I've mentioned and I've pointed out the areas for further research. So we are rich from this summit. This summit of Afro-Asia was organized at the right time. And we have been talking of mental health, and we've come to the end. But we know nothing can be done without research. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you. Now, as you come to moderate and you need questions, is Daktari in? Daktari for medical, the plastic surgery. He left? Tina, we wanted him to answer some questions. He can answer online. So you put him here. Okay. Oh, but you know we are covering this officially, so I wish he could just let him know and pick the questions. Okay? Yes. Just quickly, I had my question here for him. I wanted to ask Daktari for plastic surgery. At the age that he's doing these plastic surgeries, majorly is which age to which age, because people are aging. And so I was asking, what happens when these people with plastic surgery get old? What is, I don't know whether what happens when they get old? And then I wanted also to ask him, there are certain instances we hear those things backfire. Yes. I give him 2 minutes.
Okay.
Okay. Take other questions because I have 4 questions for him.
Okay. As the Daktari prepares to come in online, let's put our hands together for Daktari here. Any other person with a question in relationship to burnout, grief, and all the other topics which you have had? Yes? Okay, Mr. Anthony Njenga, are you around?
Thank you. So Anthony Jenga gave us a very good presentation about parenting and mental health. But I was just wondering, some of us grew up those many years, okay? And during our time, our parents did not tell us, I love you all the time. Neither did they pamper us or give us things, things that we needed. Somehow, by just God's grace, we grew up well. So my question is, what is it that is happening in this generation? We need to know there's something. Why is it that if you don't tell them you love them, there's usually a problem? We are not supposed to raise them the way we were raised. So what is it? So that now we can heal that disease.
Okay.
Thank you.
Good. Anthony, get standby with that one. Yeah, during their time, the issue of I love you was not there. Today it has grown to different level. Even our wives have to tell him, I love you, babe. If you don't add babe, there's a problem. So, with the change of parenting, as you have said that we need to change our methodology of parenting. So, where is the gap? What should be done? So that's the question coming to you. Can I give you? Okay. So let's finish with him, then Daktari can answer us from the other side. Can I get the mic? Sure. Okay, there's someone with for online. We'll just send it to you in a short while. Then you bring them on board.
Okay. You can hear me, yeah? If I got your question clearly, what is your name, please? Elsie. Let me start by saying this. The way you guys were parented and the way you guys should parent this generation or this younger generation, I think it should be different because this is the 21st century, right? Were you parented in the 21st century? No, it was different, right? I feel like your parents at that time, was there much education at that time? Much education like today? Was there much education? Most of your parents